Michael Snyder, California. Hey everybody, Michael Snyder, California Weather Watch. Today is August 15th, and right now we're looking at the infrared satellite imagery. You can see the state of California to the right, Hawaiian Islands at the bottom left, and you can see what's going on out here over the Pacific Ocean. Got kind of a low that's going to get cut off and just kind of sit and do its own thing. We'll take a look at what that is going to do. We take a look at what kind of thunderstorm activity we may have on the day today and what the monsoon looks like here as we go through the extended forecast. And we'll also take a look at a fantasy forecast here as well. Why not? And we'll dive into those details here as we go through the video this morning. So taking a look at that marine layer out there, you can see it's pretty intrusive all the way into some of the coastal valleys out there. Looks like Southern California is also dealing with some of that as
Oh yeah, once we do a low boom, we get...
Hey everybody, Michael Snyder, California Weather Watch. Today is August 15th, and right now we're looking at the infrared satellite imagery. You can see the state of California to the right, Hawaiian Islands at the bottom left, and you can see what's going on out here over the Pacific Ocean. Got kind of a low that's going to get cut off and just kind of sit and do its own thing. We'll take a look at what that is going to do. We take a look at what kind of thunderstorm activity we may have on the day today and what the monsoon looks like here as we go through the extended forecast. And we'll also take a look at a fantasy forecast here as well. Why not? And we'll dive into those details here as we go through the video this morning. So taking a look at that marine layer out there, you can see it's pretty intrusive all the way into some of the coastal valleys out there. Looks like Southern California is also dealing with some of that as well. And if we go to mapping and take off the actual station IDs, you can kind of see that a little bit better. So yeah, we have that marine layer out there. And if I toggle back and forth, you can see the sun rising across the Pacific Ocean. And we do have a bit of a thunderstorm threat for some locations here again today. So we'll dive into some of that. But first, I wanted to replay what happened on the day yesterday. So let me make sure that the lightning strikes are overlaid. There we go, the flashes, and then we will scroll through the day yesterday. You can see them really pop off near Las Vegas there. Couple lightning flashes there off to the east of Lake Tahoe. Let's continue to scroll on in there. Then you can see out towards just off to the east of Daggett and San Bernardino County. We did have some thunderstorm activity, actually more than just a few. I mean, quite a few lightning strikes, and some of that tried to move into over the California borderline there. And then we scroll through the remainder, and you can see all of that lightning moving across Las Vegas yesterday towards Lake Mead out there, Arizona border, and then some additional development right there as we went through. That's pretty late last night, getting close to midnight there, right across extreme eastern portions of San Bernardino County back up into Arizona there as well. So we do have the chance of additional thunderstorm activity today again. So let's take a look at the high resolution rapid refresh. This is what the Doppler radar may look like here over the next 48 hours. So as you scroll on into the day today, you can kind of see similar areas of development. Doesn't show too much for the Sierra Nevada today, maybe popping off a stray shower, but not much. But these again are going to be prolific lightning producers. Even shows a couple of those showers popping off maybe on the peninsular range as well. And then we go on into the day Sunday. Do we do it yet again? Most of that action looks like it's going to be across portions of Nevada, maybe clipping portions of California here towards the California-Nevada border there also. Now, Las Vegas National Weather Service talking about the storm chances yet again today, and you can kind of see another round going on there. So something similar as to what was shown yesterday. And right now, no elevated fire risk or isolated dry lightning potential there. You can see that is up across portions of Oregon, Washington, and Idaho this morning, but not for California. And just a reminder, when you're in and around some of those cores, you know, those desert areas out there can be pretty prone to flooding there when you do drop some heavy rainfall. So they do have that marginal risk in and around the Las Vegas area that does include portions of California. And as far as smoke is concerned, breathe easy. I mean, there's not much out there. There's a couple fires going on, but I mean, it's not producing that much smoke, and we are doing quite well here for the state of California, and much of the state is not in any kind of severe drought or anything. So that is, you know, one of the reasons why we've been doing pretty well so far this fire season. Now, if we take a look at this, the bug fire, though, is approaching 100,000 acres. It is 58% contained, and you saw it wasn't producing much smoke, so that is a good thing. As far as winds are concerned, nothing too crazy. You can kind of see the diurnal cycle there of them picking up during the afternoon hours and maybe around some of the thunderstorm activity there, and some northerly winds as you go through the evening and nighttime hours there down some of the Great Valley. But yeah, otherwise nothing too crazy as far as the wind is concerned. Looking at daily 2 meter maximum temperature, excuse me. This is Saturday, August 15th. And when we go to Sunday, you can see there's a little bit of a warm up. Then we go through Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We start to creep in towards next week. There's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And by the early portion of the following week, you can see a very slow warming trend as we go through the extended forecast. Not too crazy, but again, we start to bring the temperatures up a little bit there, and it even warms up across some of Los Angeles County towards the coastal regions there as well, a little bit. But again, you can kind of see the difference of what is going on between some of the coastal range and some of the interior locations. Again, no major heat wave or nothing too crazy in our extended future. Now, remember that cutoff low area out there between excuse me, frog in my throat this morning, between the west coast of North America and the Hawaiian Islands. You can see it kind of get established out there, and it just kind of gets completely cut off. It's just kind of doing its own thing out of the Pacific, and then that may lift northbound. We'll see how close that's going to come to the California border there as we go on in through August 21st. It's looking way off in the forecast, and it moves up across the Pacific Northwest. And then some people have been hyping this storm system out there. I just laugh at it this far out. I mean, that's 10 days out. We don't know where that's going to go, and the latest model runs don't show that coming anywhere near California. So, I mean, some of the previous ones did. It showed it moving up the coastline, but it's nothing you worry about at this time frame. We'll just continue to watch it on a daily basis, and if it starts to trend towards the west coast of North America a little bit more, of course, we will pay it its due diligence. And if we look over the next 15 days as well, you can see a little bit of monsoon activity across some of the Sierra Madre there as we go on into this weekend. But other than the thunderstorms here for the next couple of days, we don't have much coming for the next couple of weeks. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Maybe towards the end of next week, maybe some additional thunderstorms fire off. It could include portions of California. We'll just kind of watch that and see how that develops. Then you can see that tropical system off to our south. And again, we'll just watch and play it by day and see if that has any impact on the state of California. So there's the 15-day precipitation anomaly. You can kind of see the lack of moisture actually across some of the southwest USA and up the west coast of North America. Some splotches of below normal, and you can see the tropical systems out there over the Pacific Ocean, and also the one that's right about to hit or just past south of the Hawaiian Islands on the day today, Lala. If you want to know more about that, I did a full video on that on the Worldwide Weather Watch channel. Now, 6 to 10 day, kind of a broad brush above normal here across much of the lower 48 states, and they continue to show this. But as you saw, the artificial intelligence does not agree with that. It has a leaning above on the Climate Prediction Center, but yeah, not showing much sign of that. Otherwise, check me out on Patreon and Facebook. Hopefully you guys are having a good day, and I will catch you guys in tomorrow's forecast.
Yeah, just gonna keep it up, keep it up. I don't know what to tell you.
Saturday. It's the weekend. It's Saturday, August 15th. We've got Lala that we're looking at, which is still a tropical storm as of now. Looks like it wants to upgrade in the next few hours to perhaps a hurricane. It's going to clip the islands. You can just barely make the outline trace there of the main island, the Big Island. We're going to talk about this a lot today, only because it's going to have a huge impact on folks that are out in the islands and folks that live there. We're also going to look at this big temperature swing from the last few weeks. The weekends have been hot. We've had extreme heat warnings, fire danger, record heat, smoke advisories. This weekend is like, whoa, what happened? It's, boom, turn the switch. Almost like kind of like a fall kind of a weekend, but cooler. So in Central Valley, instead of 108, 110 in Bakersfield, you're going to be in the upper 80s, low 90s. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the surf that's coming up. And then we get right to Lala. We're going to use a variety of tools. We're going to look at weather service headlines, watches, warnings, and advisories. Then we get to the computer models, which you can scrub through too. I got chapter descriptions, and that's the basic forecast. And then we get and break out the forecast and show live cameras, and just kind of tour the state of California as of today, as of real time, as of 9:30 this morning. And you'll just see kind of, whoa, that's what monsoonal moisture looks like. Oh, it's raining there. We'll do the whole thing. So here we are. This is the Hawaiian Island chain. This is water temperature that is warmer than average, warmer than it should be. So 81 degrees north of the islands, south of the islands, 81 degrees. So what I'm pointing out here is all around here, you have 80 plus degree water. That is what you need for a hurricane. Typically, that doesn't happen. Typically, you get water temperature in the 60s or in the 70s, upper 70s, mid 70s. So hurricanes, and tropical storms don't often get this far north. As a matter of fact, the Big Island, it'd be the first tropical storm hurricane strike that's ever been recorded. Obviously, it's probably happened, but in our tenure, and then it'd be like the third to make some landfall on one of the islands in recorded history as well. So yeah, that's unusual, and it's unusual brought to you by, I believe, El Nino. One of the things I want to point out, El Nino providing a stair step, right? Warmer water to get to the islands. Typically it's 5 degrees cooler up there, but now it's 5 degrees warmer, and that allows this to happen. There's the eye right there. This eye is going to move here. I'll track it. This is kind of how it goes, kind of like this. Okay, so it moves that way, so it kind of clips the bottom edge of the island here. But it doesn't matter if it hits it direct or not, because in some ways it's a more gnarly positioning for this tropical storm right now, possible hurricane. Because look at this, it's whipping off the ocean, so there's no friction. So the wind speeds and the moisture available, and just kind of like when we were kids and we played crack the whip when we were on roller skates, it's the same thing. And this is you at the end of the whip, and it comes whipping around. The winds, and you're coming off the water. Once you come over the land, it slows down. That's friction, right? And the backside will start to die out as this thing moves through. But this whippy side is going to create significant rainfall, perhaps a couple feet of rain in terrain that looks like this. Look at this. These are high mountains. This is extreme topography. It is going to rain a couple feet on this side of the mountain. It's going to rain all over the island, but in this part of the island, maybe a couple feet, and that's going to create significant mudslides, flooding, and whatever. And that's hurricane, tropical storm, tropical, you name it. That's already on. That's going to happen because of its positioning. The other islands are all going to be impacted with tropical storm force winds, potential, 5 inches of rain on Oahu, maybe 4, 5, 6 inches of rain, and wind gusts up to 25, 35 miles an hour. So it's going to be a very active couple days for the Hawaiian Islands. When we take a look at the watches and warnings and advisories, there's a hurricane warning for the Big Island, which is what we just pointed out, and then this area here, these are tropical storm watches. Or warnings, pardon me, and that means that there could easily get an outer band of this is going to swing by. Everybody's impacted. It does matter where it hits, but it doesn't matter where it hits at this point because it's going on this is a rough side of the island. When it goes this way, it puts everybody even further up here by the Maui and such. It puts everybody in that upper northern quadrant where the wind flow is a little more laminar. So not the end of the world, but it's going to be a thing. Here's the forecast model. This is as of this morning. They want to turn it into a hurricane right there. That's a hurricane warning. As it hits the land and the friction of that mountain I showed you, it slows down the wind speeds and gets downgraded to a category or to a tropical storm. And then eventually it turns back into a hurricane on Wednesday. But for the next 48 hours, that's the path. And it's going to impact these guys as well. It's going to be messy. Is it the end of the world? No. But it's going to be messy. East side of Oahu. It's going to be all Maui. They're going to get a lot of rain. It's not 2 feet of rain, but maybe 3 to 4 to 5 inches of rain. Maybe a half foot of rain. It just really depends on the bands that come over you. But that's the track right now. This is as of this morning. And then this is the track. Let me get some coffee going here. Good morning. I kind of had a little technical difficulty this morning. Well, I'll get into that later. But anyway, so here's the computer models. So these are all these different models, right? You just got a bunch of them. And these are all the different solutions. And this is the latest computer ensemble. And you can see it just clips the south end of the island, the eye. Which is not great, but that would be the historical move, right? That's never happened, at least since we've been paying attention, and so which doesn't mean anything really, but it highlights the warm water and how it got there. But this is the next 12 hours, this area is going to get inundated with a lot of rain, a lot of wind, a lot of surf. So if I go, let's do this. This is okay. So we're gonna. I've been having trouble with these pop-ups all day. Hang on. Thanks for bearing with me. So here we are. There's the island chain, and then let's go hurricane. There's Lela right there, and you can see it's definitely take a turn to the south, and then that's the path. So see it's category 1 by 5 o'clock today, and that's clipping the island by 5 o'clock today. So we'll see. So this, 2-3 this afternoon. Brought to us by El Nino. This is yesterday's or day before they came out with an update, CPC, and that blue line that's kind of the through line. This is the potential. It could be really high, it could be really low, but it's probably going to be right around that blue line. And as we stand currently in August, September, October, we are at about a 2.3, which is a strong El Nino, and then it increases to a 2.6 October, November, December, fall, winter, stays very strong all the way through November, December, January. I'm looking at these down here, NDJ, November, December, January, and stays very strong January, February, March. That just means that warm water pull, and then it tails off pretty quickly. Dude, it's winter and it's a little bit of next spring. Is it going to be a memorable winter? Yeah, it is. This is the kind of the messy satellite image. There's a trough right there. And that trough has created a deepened inversion. So look at, it got fog all the way up in Granite Bay. Got fog up in towards Marysville, low clouds of fog. So you can see that that's what a deeper marine layer will do. Does this help firefighting efforts? Yes. Oh my gosh, folks down in Big Sur, that fire, the timber fire, they're getting a handle on it. They got a ways to go, but this pattern is helpful. Some big thunderstorms down in the Southern California area over the last couple of days. There's a chance for some today, but I don't think you guys are going to notice them unless you're in Arizona. This whole subtropical air mass, the monsoonal, that rotation, that high, has moved. It's been kicked, this low kicked it out. And when it kicks it out, it makes the monsoonal activity move further east. And so everything is on the east side of the Sierra and further. And that's where we are, and further. Got a little bit of rain, scattered sprinkles. I'll pull out, and you can kind of see. So this is California. This is a tough map to read. But look at the Bay Area, 0.4 of an inch, 0.4 of an inch on the north coast on that fire zone. So this is drizzle. This is what happens when the inversion lifts out. These darker colors are more like the thunderstorm activity from yesterday, because these are 24-hour totals. But this is what you like to see. I mean, that's a really, especially the Big Sur area and up in Northern California. Here's the monsoonal moisture. So you guys down in Palm Desert, right? This is the forecast afternoon thunderstorms. And you can see it. It's going off in New Mexico, in parts of down towards the, kind of in Vegas area and further north. But that's all moving east. So that's kind of the footprint for this afternoon. So you're in the clear today. This is just one of those days that we're going to have a kind of a nice, mild, not a lot of watches and warnings. It's lovely. MP18, that's the fire that's burning up around, Six Rivers National Forest, but Big Lagoon, kind of Humboldt County. Why do you bring it up? Well, I bring it up because it's been burning for a while. It's 5,000 acres. And you see the hot spots, those orange areas are the hot spots. And then the boxes around it, the colored like browns, those are evacuation zones. I bring it up only in these fires. You're like, well, that's been burning for a long time, and I think what's happening with a lot of these fires, when there are not a lot of structures in the way, certainly no people in the way, CAL FIRE is doing what we've talked about. They're controlling these burns, and they're letting it burn into areas. For instance, these brown areas are areas that have burned recently, right? These green areas, this darker green is an area that hasn't burned. So they're like, you know what we should do? Should let this burn a little bit. We can steer it this way. There's nobody around. The weather is right. So there's a active effort going on for mitigation. And the same thing down here. Now, do I know this for a fact? Am I talking to CAL FIRE? No. But I can just, as an observer, I can watch and go, makes sense that that's what they would be doing or trying to do. So, and same thing here, the timber fire. Not a lot of structures from my understanding. And so I think that they're steering it, which is awesome. And again, we're gonna thank this effort the last couple of years. And we'll still have fires. We're gonna have more fires next week. It's gonna warm up. But the last couple of years, watching them it's one thing to put a fire out. It's another thing to manage the forests, right? And you know that. These are the smoke advisories or the air quality advisories. Not bad. It's, Oregon in the morning, Washington, the Cascades. Those fires are still smoldering, but they're not as horrific. And this is the smoke model. This is the MP fire up here, 18. And that's the smoke. That's the forecast for today. And look at, not a lot coming off the Big Sur fire, because I think that marine layer is so prominent. This is Crystal Cove. It's funny, I was trying to figure out what they're doing here. I mean, you guys chime in, because that looks like some kind of an official boat anchored pretty close in. And then there's people in the water, almost like there's a surf contest or something. But I know there's not, because there's not really a wave there. Anyway, beautiful shot. And look at that camera. Look at the quality of that. Beautiful, beautiful day. Southern California. These are some of the temperatures. We'll go down to Crystal Cove right now. And you can see these are the surface observations. I added the blue number, which is dew point temperature. It just tells you, it's another measure. So you got two things here. You got Where's Crystal Cove? Oceanside. Yeah. We'll get to you'll just take the coast here. So out by Long Beach, it's 63 degree dew point, 73 degree temperature, 69% humidity. Humidity and dew point are trying to tell you the same thing. Dew point is more precise because it goes, look, dude, if this temperature drops 10 degrees, there's fog and drizzle, right? That's the temperature. When the temperature hits that, you get condensation. This is just a measure of an estimate of how much moisture is in the atmosphere, 69% of humidity. Okay, so I put the blue number in. I hope that doesn't befuddle you, but it's nice to get used to looking at them side by side. This is National Weather Service headlines, and they're just saying this week, like for instance, let's take a look at Sacramento. Today, 88. Tomorrow, 93. Monday, 91. Tuesday, 92, 93, 91, 91. So you look at that in Sacramento, you go, it ain't going to be a hot week at all. That's about average temperature for this. Maybe a little above average. No, it's about average for this time of year. Maybe a tad above. But it's pleasant. After, again, 3-4 weeks of the heat, the record heat that we had earlier, the air quality stuff, the heat advisories and warnings, it's awesome. Reading will stay pretty hot. Reading is, where's Reading? So 92 today, coolest day, and then it warms a little bit. Upper 90s, mid-upper 90s. But look at Chico. Right, mid-low 90s. That's perfect. So that's just the Weather Service going, yeah. And that's the same here. This is Hanford saying, yeah, it's going to be seasonable. It's going to be the way it's supposed to be. And then there's a major heat risk on the 17th. That's this after the weekend. Down towards Vegas, Palm Desert, and those areas, you're going to see the high pressure start to reestablish itself more aggressively. It's going to warm up everywhere, as we just showed you. But it's going to be down here. You're going to be back into the 100s and a little above average. This is the precipitation chances today for Vegas. 33% chance of a thunderstorm. We looked at that. Didn't see anything really. It maybe, right? But no, it's a benign day. Tomorrow too, really. Tomorrow's transitions back to some warm, a little shallower marine layer. But I think tomorrow follows pretty close to today, but a little warmer. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it just starts to go back to normal. I know. Somebody the other day, it was hilarious. He goes, I liked it too. He goes, I think it was a comment. He just goes, dude, really? 30-minute weather forecast? And you could give it to me in 2.5 minutes. And I'm like, I don't know. And I know what I did. I said, yeah, next couple of days is going to be like the last couple of days. And he goes, you could have done that. And I didn't have to burn 30 minutes. I'm like, yeah, I know. Sorry. There's a lot more going on than that, right? But I liked it. I get it, especially if you're in a hurry. But just scrub through to the models. We're getting to the models, but these are the forecast highs. So you look at that as temperatures. That is not. It is amazing when you really think about it, how weather, impacts the fire concerns, though, right? Because here we are in August, and you look at that and you go, oh, there'll be a couple fires, but no big deal. And that's exactly what we just said, and that's what but you ratchet these numbers up by the end of next week. Down in this area, you'll start seeing fires happen. This is the low offshore. This is the monsoonal moisture leaving. And this is the coastal areas, almost fog-free because the inversions are so deep. This is the rainfall forecast for today, right? I laid it into this afternoon. And you can just say, right, what are you going to do with that? Don't change your plans for sure. No, not a problem at all. And then this is 500 millibar, 18,000 feet. And I think you know what you're looking at here too. And oh, by the way, look at this. I just noticed that again. Look at that little guy. Yeah, it's a little hurricane there, isn't it? That's next weekend. Where's it go? It turns north. Is that surf? Oh, maybe. Look at you, buddy. You see it right here. All right, that's a spinner for sure. But let's go back. Okay, that 18,000 feet. 500 millibars. See that big blue trough over us? I'll circle it. That's the weekend. And there's Sunday. And then it starts to warm. See how it's kind of that low keeps hanging offshore? And this is that little bit warmer Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a little above average. I know. It's that saggy trough. See that? It's just kind of, see how it's there? It's not supposed to be there. This whole blue area is not really supposed to be there. Not this time of year. And then so you get the onshore wind, which we saw. We saw fog up in the Central Valley this morning, up in Sacramento, marine layer. These are the forecast highs. Sacramento, 87 degrees. Modesto, 92. Bakersfield 96, 97. These might even be a little high. But look at these numbers. This is manageable. We'll go down to Southern California. You'd be a little bit warmer down there, out in the deserts, out by Indio and those places, Palm Springs. You're probably going to go 94, something like that. Not too bad. Not too bad. You get on the other side of the hill, out in the big deserts, you'll find yourself back in the low 100s. But this is all, compared to what we've seen, this is low-grade heat. It does the same thing tomorrow. It'll be a little warmer tomorrow, just a little bit, but not a whole lot. And then next week kind of slowly ramps up. Next week's going to be, I think next week just looks normal, truthfully. And then this is the rainfall footprint for the next 10 days. So you can see the monsoonal moisture kind of returns to Arizona in a few days. That's Arizona. And then you can see some of it down towards you guys down in the deserts, but that's no big deal. So this whole week looks pretty awesome. And down in the Southland and Northland, Mount Shasta, beautiful color. I was just looking at the clouds the other day. Let me get some more coffee. Freezing level has been about 14,000 feet. And so we got a little more snow on Mount Shasta with that last bit of rain and thunderstorm activity. This is Kuski. Let's look at the marine layer. So there's the marine layer. You can see it. We're looking towards the ocean. And then we'll pull up the marine layer and we'll go, oh, look at that. That's interesting. So it's about 2,800 feet deep, but it really holds together the cloud cover. The low clouds are at 7,000 feet. So this is just low clouds right here. And you can see it's not really as strong. The blue and the red line are far enough apart. There's moisture there, but it's not much of a strong cloud bank. So it's really just low clouds. Or fog bank, it's just low clouds. This is Martinez Refinery. You're like, what are you talking about? Well, there's Mount Diablo. I just had a thought too. No, that won't work. But I was looking at, I just changed. See that bump? I just changed, dang it. That's the refinery under there out in the Carquinez Strait, pushing up, heat from their processing the oil, and it bumps up. You get this kind of pop. It's that little bump. It's bumping through the inversion. It was more pronounced this morning, and it was founded in 1915. And it's a deep water Richmond, the Martinez refinery. It's a big one. But I didn't know about it. Besides having millions of gallons, it's 156,000 barrels of oil a day it can process. But it has 8 million barrels of storage in the deep water channel, which all it means is when you get Costa Martinez, you can back in one of those big tankers, because the delta is pretty shallow, but they dug it out. It's enough depth that they can pull this thing right up to instead of having to put it on train, boxcars, and trucks. So yeah, Richmond Refinery, or Martinez Refinery, pardon me. And then here is the San Francisco Bay Area. And you can kind of see the low and the clouds, how far inland they are up into Vacaville. And you see the fog down here. And then you see it dry above that. So it's not really, that's a marine layer that's about, God, that's pretty deep. How deep was it? It's 2,200 feet. Yeah, 2,000 feet deep, which makes sense. Oh, that makes sense, because look, if you go, Mount Diablo is right here. See how it goes around Mount Diablo? Which is 2,500 feet. So the fog kind of goes, well, I'll just go around it. I can't go over it. I'm not deep enough, right? I think that's what we're looking at there. This is looking towards the delta. I like this shot because it shows the fog coming up through the Carquinez Strait, the refineries to the other side. But you're going to Sacramento, so up towards Davis. See how the fog's staying intact? And this morning earlier, it was intact all the way up to Sacramento. So that's the delta breeze, and it's a big one today. This is Mount Hamilton. Looks like Mount Umunham down here where our radar installation is. This is the South Bay. Looking towards the west, southwest a little bit. Yeah, beautiful shot above San Jose. Temperature right now at Mount Hamilton is about 65 degrees, 5 mile an hour wind gust, 70 degrees. So these are just temperature. I just took a temperature rate off the top there. And then this is June Lake. Beautiful day. They're going to be in the 80s there today. Bakersfield. Bakersfield was actually named after a Southern gentleman, Colonel Thomas Baker. I think he was a Southerner, and it was Bakersfield. And a lot of the got a couple of nice letters from you guys in Palm Springs. It's like, I'm like, you guys are like, dude, if you just give us a little love, so I'm going to give you guys some love. Because you know what, it's one of the few, I don't know you guys as well as I know much of the state, because I didn't spend a lot of time in the southeast part of the state. I did a little time down there. But anyway, this is out towards the desert. You're going to be in the low 90s today. But you see that cloud cover, that marine inversion pushing inland. Palm Springs, Agua Caliente, right? That was the original name. And then from the hot springs that were down there. And then they just named it Palm Springs. I don't know what's the date on Palm Springs. Doesn't really say, but it was 1850s. But the aerial tram is supposed to be spectacular. This is Mount Wilson. I love that. I don't know if that's the right. Hang on, I'm going to restart. That looks like yesterday's cloud pattern. Let's see. No, that's today's. Huh. Now, yesterday was quite similar. So that's the valley. Air quality not too bad. Inversion, deep. Fog, minimal. It looks like there's a lot of fog right now, but it's going to burn off pretty quick. So if you're at the beach or whatever, you should be fine. We'll check the beaches out coming up shortly. This is air quality. This is that south swell. This is the forecast model. This is today. So today it's showing up, but it's a small, like if I go, I won't do it, but it's a high interval, small wave swell. But you'll see it's a little bigger. God, look at all the people. Oh my goodness. Celebrities, the tide's getting right. Oh my God. Oh my God. Don't even start me. Dude, everybody surfs. Wow. This is Point Conception. There's that fog trying to burn off. It's deep marine layer. Look at Topanga. If you don't surf, you're like, what are they doing? It does look stressful. That's a nice little set wave right there. Let's watch it. Right there, you see it? He's behind the peak. No, somebody's got to go. Huh, there we go. It's another set wave. That's what a set wave looks like. That's your 15 second, 2 foot at 15 second wave. Yeah, that's head high. That's kind of cool. It's a busy wave. And then this is County Line. No, it's Leo Carrillo, thank you. Corona del Mar. A buddy of mine called the other day and said, you know, my mom, Neville, who we love, Neville McInerney, used to hang out. Neville was this woman who grew up in the 40s, 50s, and hung out down at San Onofre. And was just like one of the original surfer people. She's awesome. I got to know her. Look at the set waves. But anyway, Danny said, yeah, she used to hang out down there. I think she had to drive from Pasadena. This is the Bears. These are the Bears. And it's raining on the Bears. And then that almost got a bird there. Let's see if I can find a bird. Huh. Oh, I see what the problem is. Yeah, there's Wincy. Or no, there's Mom, Iris. And then this. So I kind of buzzed through it today. I'm not going to do anything tomorrow. I'm going to do a lot tomorrow, but I'm not going to do anything with this. But I will miss the weather. You guys in Hawaii, just hang tight. Everything's going to be fine. I think that big island, you're already making plans. It's not horribly populated, but let's take a look at the current radar. It's right there right now. So that rain is really going to start coming down. It already is. They're running into dry air, so the storm's kind of weakening. It's pulling dry air in from the island chain. Believe it or not, the air is drier to the north of this, so it's getting pulled in, and that's slowing this down. Okay, I got to go. Talk to you tomorrow, or talk to you Monday.
same as yesterday. Yes, I'm caught up. I know, it's really. Come on, let's
According to the state, one lane is blocked right now. Again, if you can limit travel on Maui and Hawaii Island. Fell on a car also along Haleakala Highway at mile marker 2, Mauka of King Kekaulike High School. Now here's a look at Hawaii Island. The flow of traffic is changing. You've got stop and go conditions along Daniel K. Inouye Highway. This is as you're making your way through Kaumana and heading into the Kona area. And also stop and go conditions near the Kukui Village as you're driving along Hawaii Belt Road and making your way towards the Laupahoehoe and into Hakalau. That's your first alert traffic on Sunrise. Steve, Grace, back to you.
Thanks, Shalani. Lala is now just below hurricane strength as it moves south of Hawaii Island.
Yeah, tropical storm conditions are already hitting the island. We're seeing heavy rain, strong wind, dangerous surf. Jonathan Masaki live in Hilo this morning to tell us what you're seeing right now. Jonathan.
Well, when we began our reports earlier today, the rain was kind of sporadic here and there, but it was coming down heavy. But we had some breaks. Right now, we're seeing just rain constantly coming down. What I can tell you, though, is roadways remain clear today because everybody taking that heed to not get on the roads. And that's a good thing because county officials are meeting as we speak. We're waiting for our briefing to wrap up to get the latest conditions as to what they want to put out to the public as soon as that wraps up. Now, I want to show you some video from a very clear indication of just how strong the rain is coming down. This is a shot of Rainbow Falls. We should probably rename it Muddy Falls because it was just brown water really gushing down the streamway right there. This was just about an hour ago. That area is closed off to the public, however, but it's always a good indication to know just how much water is coming down when you look at the river from the Rainbow Falls perspective into the Wailuku River. So we were told that right now they're not allowing access into that area. It's a very popular spot. I went to the University of Hawaii at Hilo, so that was an area that you'd always go and visit to get a a sense of tranquility. However, because of the storm coming in and how bad it is right now, no one is really being allowed to go into that area. We also did check in. We had a viewer ask us about gas stations in the Hilo area. A few are open, a few are not. We can tell you specifically the Hele gas stations are open today. Some of the more independent stations, like we saw a gas station with a Shell banner on there, they were closed. They had a sign saying that they won't be open for another day or so. So it's kind of a hit and miss. We kind of give you a blanket update on all gas stations, but we do know that the Heles are open. Some of the independent Shell stations and other Texacos are not open today. And one last thing to tell you about, KTA superstores are also closed at this point as far as the downtown location and the Po'ainiko station, and that's because of the rain coming in. They hope they'll have an announcement as to when they'll reopen, maybe tomorrow, but we'll keep you posted when we get that information as well. So that's the latest here from Hilo, Hawaii. Casey Lunn, over to you.
Jonathan, thank you so much. Lala, of course, nearing hurricane strength as the tropical storm conditions continue to spread across Hawaii Island. I want to bring on a friend from the big island of Hawaii, Kaika Marzo, my brother from Pahoa, more specifically, Nanavali Estates. How are you doing, friend?
Oh, we're doing good over here.
Yeah, what was that?
We still got our electricity.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We've seen some outages along Konaka'a and some in Hilo, but not too bad right now. How was things overnight? Pretty calm, you said. And what are you seeing right now?
It was pretty calm all night until like 4 o'clock this morning. Then we started to see the wind and rain. But right now it's all rain. Maybe like gusting out to 20 miles an hour here in Pahoa, but nothing major.
Yeah, I've certainly seen it rainier right in that yard before myself. So I know you guys can handle it. One quick question I had, though. I know that you folks have a restaurant that you opened in Pahoa Town. You shut down, right? But I think were you serving chowder or something yesterday? Did anybody come by? And everybody's, how's the people faring over there in Puna?
You know, everybody's preparing for the storm, obviously. So our restaurant served some chicken soup and some chowder to all the people in Puna.
Yeah, very good. And then, you know, with your boat behind you, I wanted to ask you that. I just thought about that. We haven't really talked much about this. I know here on Oahu, the Harbors Division, the Coast Guard, we're making everybody, my buddy who has a couple of fishing boats, leave the harbor and go to safer waters. What's the situation there as far? I know you don't have a boat in the harbor in Hilo Harbor right now, but what have people been told and what are you hearing about their vessels?
It's the same thing. They're advising the captains to take out their boat if they want to. It's voluntary.
Yeah, because I know that the harbor is different there than it is here on Oahu. Right. Another question. I just wanted to take you back. This is before I knew you. Before you, I had been over there. Ezell. What's this? Take us back to Ezell and what that was like for you guys. I know that Lower Puna got hit pretty hard. Reminisce on those times and what that was like.
The problem with Ezell was all these huge albizia trees. It pretty hindered a lot of the people on access. So we still have those big albizia trees, and hopefully, it doesn't pose any threat. But we all know it's gonna happen. So a lot of the community members are out there ready to help with excavators, chainsaws. They're ready to get into the community and help out the community for access to homes and, emergency personnel.
Yeah, okay, a couple more questions before I let you go. We're going to get back to the forecast, but I wanted to know what the other businesses are doing. Are you been hearing things, people shuttering or closing ahead of this? Or I imagine, Malama Market staying open for people to get supplies. What's it like in Pahoa Town?
A lot of the businesses are closing down. Especially for the safety of their employees. So 90% of them are closed down. I'm not too sure about Malama Market. Yeah. But a lot of the businesses are closed down.
Last question before I let you go. How do you feel the county has done preparing for this? And you think that things are looking good if things get bad over there?
They're doing really well because guess who's at the helm?
Yes.
Daryl Oliveira again.
Brother Chemo.
We feel safe. We feel safe here.
Very good. Kaika Marzo, Marzo's Country Sports Bar and Grill. We did a cheap beat there. Go support all those businesses in Pahoa when things are safe. Brother, I appreciate you sitting down and chatting with me. Take care. Stay safe.
Aloha. Stay safe.
All right, let's check in. Oh, with my other brother, Billy, right behind me. Where you at, bro?
Thank you very much, Casey. 8:47 right now as Lala is continuously coming towards our islands. Let's go ahead and kind of give you the latest. But before we do that, a couple of questions that are popping up here.
Okay.
This is for people that are watching us on social media and they're asking questions. When will the worst winds be for like the Captain Cook area?
Probably this afternoon. Probably this afternoon, as that system gets a little bit closer. Even though they're on the lee side, that's the side that is going to pass, right? So they could see hurricane force winds probably by this afternoon, if not a little bit sooner than that. Better to be safe than sorry. Plan on it arriving sooner than later.
That's Heather. Now there is, let's see, Matt here on Oahu. What are your thoughts on Oahu on Sunday, lunchtime?
I would say it's going to be rather rough. It looks that way. Plus, with the storm moving so slowly, right? That's the hallmark of this system. It's been slow in everything it's doing, slow in its movement, slow in its development, and that's likely to continue through tomorrow.
I want to go through some of the questions here. I'm not going to ask Guy to answer them just yet, but Rhonda, what is projected for Maui? Kayleen, will we get thunder and lightning? And a fast-moving storm? Justin asked that as a question. The reason why I'm going to hold off on answering any of those is because right now, Guy Hagi has the latest track on the latest information on Lala.
Yeah, some new information. It just got updated, right? So now it's closer to Hawaii Island than it's been. It's some, 90 miles now? So that's a spitting distance. It's not a big storm per se. And also, when you take a look at it, the eye is coming more and more defined. It's getting clearer. Look at that last slide right there, right? And the winds are getting stronger. Now from 65 this morning, now up to 70 miles an hour. Expected to become hurricane strength by this afternoon and expected to make landfall on Hawaii Island. It looks like sometime by this afternoon, 2 o'clock or thereabouts, maybe a little bit later than that. And it's not going to wobble very much in this cone, right? It's going to stay in there. So Hawaii Island likely to get some hurricane force winds upwards of 74 miles an hour. Again, not everybody's going to get that, but almost island-wide, they're going to get strong winds and they're going to get a fair bit of rain. And then by, say, early in the overnight hours, early tomorrow morning, it should be out in the open ocean, although it's going to be close enough that it affects and brings some tropical storm conditions to Maui County, Oahu, and Kauai through tomorrow. Again, the increasing conditions, wind-wise, rain-wise, going to start for Maui and for Oahu probably later on this afternoon.
And while we have this up so you can see it, so near the end of it, when it reaches Kauai and then past that, it actually on Wednesday goes back to hurricane status.
That's because of the warm sea surface temperatures out there and the lack of upper level wind shear. So we're kind of fortunate. Also, some people might say that the interaction with Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa might inhibit it from getting stronger in that short term. We're talking from late Sunday into Tuesday, but it's still going to be a powerful storm regardless if that interaction happens or not.
Okay. Once again, we are tracking this, and you can too. All you can do is, all you have to do is go ahead and get the Hawaii News Now weather app. And as a matter of fact, that's why I've got it in my hands right now. And you can track the storm at your leisure, or you can hold it in your hand and go along with it, because we'll tell you the information that's right here on the Hawaii News Now app. Guy, thank you very much. Let's take a live look right now. This is outside, and let me see. This is on Hawaii Island?
No,
that's on the island of Oahu.
Yeah, that's Kalanianaole.
Yep, that's over on the east side.
Yeah,
so.
Notice the trees are dancing, Billy. It's already very windy here on Oahu as well. And if anything, the winds are going to get stronger throughout the day through tonight.
Okay, let's go ahead and find out what's happening. We're tracking traffic. First alert traffic right now, Jolani Martinez.
Billy, right now we've got several first alert traffic incidents. The first one is on Hawaii Island. This is along Hawaii Belt Road. We've got a landslide blocking one lane at mile marker 28 to 29. We've also got large rocks blocking both lanes. This one is at mile marker 26 and 27. Right now, crews are headed that way. And then we also have a fallen tree. This one is going to be on Kohala Mountain Road. It's blocking both lanes at mile marker 15. Now, we still have red and orange spots on our flow map. Very busy along Daniel K. Inouye Highway. This is as you're driving near the Kaumana area. You've also got slow and go conditions along Mamalahua Highway between Pu'u'anahulu all the way down to Kona, or as you're making your way into Kona. There's also some stop and go conditions along Mamalahua Highway as you are heading towards the Daniel K. Inouye Highway intersection. And then there's still stop and go conditions in northern Hawaii Island. As we take a closer look, you've still got stop and go conditions between Kukai'ao all the way to Honolulu. Now, over on Maui, we have more reports of fallen trees. Now, let's take you to Haleakala Highway, where a tree is down, blocking one lane between mile marker 5 and 6 along, again, Haleakala Highway. And then another incident, this tree fell on a car at mile marker 2 on Haleakala Highway as well. Mauka of King Kekaulike High School. Again, if you can avoid travel or being on the roads, please do so, because we are getting more reports of fallen trees. That's your first alert traffic on Sunrise, keeping you and your ohana safe.
Yeah, right. There might be the hurricane. It's even 3 days. There's a hurricane. On the Poseidon. Okay. Both hurricane are over there. No harbor weather. Yeah, I see. That's about to put
From Hawaii News Now, this is breaking news.
All right, thank you for joining us. Just so you know, this K5 broadcast of Sunrise this morning is only until 9. After that, we will only be on KHNL.
Yeah, in the meantime, guys, tracking Lala's path, we want to take you county by county to show you how your community is preparing for the storm.
Yeah, that of course starts with Hawaii Island, which, as we saw in Jonathan Masaki's live reports this morning, conditions are getting worse as the morning progresses. Yesterday, Pahoa residents flocked to gas stations, filling multiple cans of gas in preparation. They were listening to calls to hunker down, buy new supplies, and tie their belongings down. Community members say that they remember how Tropical Storm Iselle toppled thousands of albizia trees.
Doesn't take much wind. You know, these albizzias are really soft and they're brittle. The branches just fall and you know, cause all kind of havocs.
Now, Pahoa families have also prepared flashlights and lanterns after losing electricity for days during the Kona lows.
Hawaiian and Alaska Airlines have suspended all Hilo flights, all Kona flights suspended starting today at 2 p.m. But you should definitely check it just in case. The carriers have canceled 5 neighbor island flights as of yesterday. Today, they've canceled at least 54 neighbor island flights and 11 trans-Pacific flights. There are multiple ones delayed. Now, customers, you can get a waiver. We did find travelers who were scrambling to get out of Hilo yesterday.
On Maui, winds whipping yesterday as the trades intensified ahead of Lala. In South Kihei, businesses were boarding up their windows and laying sandbags at their entrances, and vehicles lined up for hours at gas stations.
Right now, we are ready throughout the county, Maui, Molokai, Lanai. We have our personnel ready for working overtime, people, standby crews, testing all of our generators, and just making sure before any storm comes that we're ready. So we're preparing right now.
Over in Lahaina, Honu Oceanside Restaurant on Front Street set up flood barriers to protect employees and customers.
5 temporary evacuation points are going to be open this morning on Maui to help out the public. So we're talking about Baldwin High in Wailuku, Hana High and Elementary Cafeteria, the Lahaina Civic Center Gym. Those are all open now. Also, sites at Mayor Hannibal Tavares Community Center in Pukolani and South Maui Community Park in Kihei. Those opened up this morning at 6 a.m. The mayor says they've seen about 15 people in those evacuation sites. Meantime, sites at the Molokai Baptist Church and Lanai Youth Center are available on call. Use the numbers on your screen if you need assistance.
Oahu is going to start seeing impacts from Lala later in the day today. The city is suspending overnight camping and permitted park activities beginning at 6 p.m. City parks and gardens will remain open, but staff will reassess the situation on Sunday. Honolulu's mayor is urging families who suffered through the Konolo storms to be extra careful.
Look, now is the time to prepare before conditions get worse. We don't want to wait for things to deteriorate and have people overreact. And I would hope that everything that we went through several months ago with the Konolos has been a reality check for all of us.
The city is activating a non-emergency call center it's already begun at 7 o'clock this morning. Use it if you need more information related to the storm. That number is right there on the bottom of your screen.
You got first responders on Oahu. They are getting ready, so they're adjusting their schedules and making sure to staff the weekend. Ocean Safety actually extended lifeguard hours. They also added jet skis to the mix. Now, if the conditions deteriorate on Oahu, they plan to close the towers. Not yet, though. All week long, we did have outreach teams in the meantime, urging homeless people to leave stream banks and beaches and to seek shelter.
We're up against the clock. Time is running out, and it's up to us to get out here to ensure that our most vulnerable populations know that there is a storm coming.
If the winds hit about 45 miles per hour sustained, for safety reasons, you might see the towers get shuttered or the flaps being closed. That does not mean that the lifeguards are off duty. It's an employee safety issue.
He says emergency operations centers will remain open all weekend to coordinate the response on Oahu.
While Kauai is going to be the last to feel Lala, residents are being urged to take action now. Officials are asking that water use be limited to essential use only, especially in Princeville, Kalihivai, Bay Estates, and Anini Road. Meantime, KIUC says that its crews and contractors will be on standby to restore power, but only when conditions are safe, so families should prepare for extended outages. Good morning, Guy.
Good morning, Steve. We know that the storm's getting stronger. Now it's only 60 miles outside of South Point. We're talking about the center of the storm, and the winds have gotten stronger. Right now, sustained winds at the center of the storm are at 70 miles an hour. The winds aren't as strong outside of that, but we're already getting gusty winds almost across state, including for us here in Oahu. The airport recorded a gust of 40 miles an hour. You're out there, you're windy. Our photographer, John Yasunaga, is out in the Kuli'o'o area, and he said it's really whipping out there. But it's going to be strongest over on Hawaii Island, and that's pretty much throughout the day. There's going to be a long period of them getting some strong winds, as well as a lot of rainfall. Flooding is likely to occur in many areas, especially along this side, right? We're talking Na'alehu, Pahala, and then to some extent Hilo. And then by this afternoon, it's going to start to reach Hawaii, Maui County, and to some extent Oahu. Oahu already getting the heavy rain. Now, it's going to be a bad night for Hawaii Island as well as Maui, and then it's going to extend to Oahu into tomorrow morning. So this is a lot of rainfall. So everybody's asking me, the old timers are asking me, could the thing that happened to Iniki happen to this storm? Could it make a radical right turn? Remember, Iniki did almost a 90-degree turn up to the north and just ran over Kauai. I don't think that's going to happen. And the reason is because there's a high pressure up to the north that's pushing it and suppressing it down to the south. That's why its forecast track is basically parallel to the state. If that high pressure weren't there, it would come right up and over us. But it's still going to get close enough that we are expecting strong tropical storm force winds over 40 40 miles an hour from Maui to Kauai, and upwards of 75 miles an hour for Hawaii Island today. And then by Sunday night, still going to be a little bit windy, but it's going to start to back off. By Monday morning, there'll still likely be some lingering showers, maybe some afternoon downpours, but then by Tuesday, things will settle down a lot. Things will settle down significantly. From Tuesday on, the weather's looking rather good. So we're going to see a lot of rain, especially on the windward side of Hawaii Island. That's where the flood threat is the highest. It's a first alert weather day today as well as tomorrow. Now today, Oahu going to get showers. It's going to be windy. But tonight and tomorrow, that's when Oahu's going to get most of their rainfall, right? But for Hawaii Island, it's today. It's not tomorrow, it's today. And then slowly, things start to clear up. And notice the winds, right? 20 to 35 with stronger gusts. That's here on Oahu. Stronger, of course, for Hawaii Island. And then still very windy tomorrow, 20 to 35. Now remember, not everybody's going to get in on the rain, but most everybody's going to get in on the wind, right? And then slowly things clear up. From Tuesday on, we'll be back to the best weather on the planet, but we got to get through this area of severe weather first. Jelani, what you looking at?
Right now, we've got a first alert traffic incident. This one is out of Hawaii Island. According to Hawaii Police, there are unsafe conditions along Kohala Mountain Road, so it is closed between Hawaii Preparatory Academy to the Akoni Puli Highway Junction at Hawi. Again, this is due to unsafe conditions, including down branches, limbs, and trees. Now, we also have report of a landslide. This one is going to be along Hawaii Belt Road. Now you've got a landslide blocking one lane at mile marker 28 to 29, and we've got large rocks blocking both lanes at mile markers 26 to 27. Stop and go conditions along Daniel K. Inouye Highway. It's very busy along Hawaii Belt Road as you are driving into the Hilo area. Stop and go conditions between Kukui Ha'ele all the way down to through Lapahoihoi and Honolulu. Now on Maui, it is not looking good out there as well. We've got reports of a couple of fallen trees along Haleakala Highway. The first is blocking one lane between mile markers 5 and 6, and the other is at mile marker 2, just Melka of King Kekaulike High School. That's your first alert traffic on Sunrise, keeping you and your ohana safe.
Aloha and welcome to Kalaniaole Highway. We are in East Oahu. You're riding along with our weather tracker, our Forerunner, our First Alert weather tracker from Toyota Hawaii. We want to bring Guy Hagi on. Guy, can you tell where I'm at? But you should be able to hear in a minute. Of course, we pulled up right to a stoplight, but should be able to tell.
Yeah, Kalaniaole, I can see it. I can see even the contraflow lane is working. Wow, how come the contraflow lane is working on a Saturday? Oh, no, it's not. It's not working. The contraflow lane isn't working. That's why. Yeah, I'm just kind of confused there. Hey, notice the skies are kind of cloudy. There's some scattered showers. And from what Johnny Yasunaga was telling me, it's very, very windy, isn't it, Casey?
That's right, and actually, Guy, yeah, I'm heading out to meet him right now. I know that he had a picture up there, and I just got a message, of course, before I got behind the wheel here. Safety first, especially as we see some windy conditions, but we're going to go maybe possibly to Holona Blowhole, see what the winds are. He said that the winds were whipping out there, so what are we seeing kind of on East Oahu as we start to see kind of the initial phases of Lala here on Oahu?
Yeah, already on Oahu, the winds are getting windy. Now, Casey, you're driving a high aspect vehicle. Have you been feeling kind of it shake a little bit yet?
Yeah, I just, as a matter of fact, I pulled over, Guy, to you may see my other camera's got a little moisture on it, and again, the color on this, don't adjust your screen, we gotta fix that, but it's a good way to show what people are driving in, and as you said, if you could take my my top camera, you'll.
Oh, well, the audio's coming in and out, Casey, but the signal's good, so I can hear you now.
Yeah, no, so if you're able to take, you can see some of these palm trees off in the distance. I know I'm moving, so it's a little difficult to see. Apologies for the audio as we drive through here. But yeah, maybe you can see now. Look at that wind whipping those palm trees.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's what John's. So I'm excited. You know, Guy, I love spending time with you folks in the studio, but I certainly enjoy being out in my beautiful First Alert weather tracker from our friends at Toyota Hawaii. We are grateful for this. It's a great tool because you can give people an idea of what you're seeing in the traffic, and then I'm able to kind of, when I'm in transit, report on what we're going. So we're going to go see what things are looking like. I think Holona or Sandy's, where would
I would say go check out the Holona blowhole area. That way you can see out into the Kaiwi Channel, and you can also look down the coast as well and over onto Molokai, probably, which is not even visible at this point. But, you know, this serves as a good reminder that not everybody's getting the same conditions. It's fairly dry there. It's windy, yes, and those winds are going to get stronger. But not everybody's going to get in on the rain. But some of people that you know or you might not know will get a lot of rain.
Yeah, and as I didn't answer your question, Guy. I'm at this Forerunner, and yes, I'm feeling the wind now. And if you can see out my front view here, you can see the wind whipping, and I can see garbage cans. Look at this, garbage can. If you see those right down there.
Yeah.
So go get your garbage cans, folks, out here in East Honolulu. That's going to be a hazard for somebody. I should pull over there and stop and get those, but I got a job to do, you know. So. Go, Coco head after this guy after we get off the air?
I won't mind that. I won't mind that at all if it's not raining too hard because the stairs get kind of slippery. But we should ask everybody to curtail their outdoor activities, especially for Maui County and Hawaii Island. Now, for us, we're expecting more of the rain later this afternoon through tonight. So if you can get up and down Coco Head before the rain comes, go for it, Casey.
Okay, all right. I'll meet you out there. See you, brother. I'll see you over in the east side.
Okay, let's take a look at the reporting stations with the winds right now. These are sustained winds, not gusts, because there are stronger gusts out there. These are the reporting stations in Lanai City, 37 miles an hour. Remember, they're 1,000 feet high up in elevation. Even Kona's picking up southerly winds that are increasing at 17 miles an hour. Remember, parts of Hawaii Island getting already some tropical storm force winds, and that's going to increase as Lala gets a little bit closer. Remember, it's expected to make landfall near or over Hawaii Island. right? Then it's going to slowly move to the south of the rest of the islands. Remember, the wind field, the tropical storm force winds stronger than 40 miles an hour extend out 205 miles out from the center. So that means you see these yellows, these oranges and these reds. This is where the tropical storm force winds are expected. So tomorrow, even through tomorrow morning, still going to be very windy. Not so much for Hawaii Island. They should be in the clear from the winds by tomorrow morning. And then by tomorrow night, looks like it's going to really start to back down for the east of the state. Still going to be a little bit breezy on Oahu, still very windy on Oahu. And then by Monday morning, the wind should back down, still a little bit on the breezy side, but nothing in terms of tropical storm force winds by Monday. And lighter winds are forecast for the rest of next week. Now, as far as rain, we're going to see the rain come and go for some areas more than others. Now, don't be surprised, especially if you're on Oahu, you don't get a whole lot of rain. In fact, take a look at Honolulu's rainfall expectation, about 4 inches. That's a fair bit of rain, but nothing compared to what's expected up in Mountain View, Waikoloa. Now, remember, that's Mountain View here, right? But not here. This is Naalehu and Pahala. They could get upwards of 25 inches in that isolated area. The good thing is that's an area that can handle a lot of rain. It might affect a few people, but it's not very developed. There's not many buildings in the area, and there's lots of open land that can really absorb the rainfall. If we're to get anywhere just a fraction of that here in Honolulu or over in Kahului, we'd be in a world of hurt with lots of damage to the infrastructure, lots of flooding, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. However, Lahaina, Makawao, upcountry, maybe about 7 inches. That's a lot of rain. And if that rain comes up in Makawao, it could flood down towards the Kihei area. That's a big concern, depending upon where the rain comes. Now, take a look at the rest of Hawaii Island, Waikoloa. They're expecting 4¼ inches, and over in Lahaina, they've got rain already, but they're expecting to end up, when all said and done, about almost 2 inches of rain. So again, get prepared for more rain, especially if you're on Hawaii Island for the next 24 hours especially. Jelani, what you looking at?
This is a look right now at Daniel K. Inouye Highway. We've been having a combination of road closures, stop-and-go conditions as you're driving into Kaumana. This is as you're heading into Hilo. Now, there are other slowdowns in North Hawaii Island. This is a closer look at Hawaii Belt Road. You've got stop-and-go conditions between Kukai'ao all the way down through Laupahoehoe and as you drive into Honolulu. Now, we do have a first alert traffic incident. This one, let's go back to Hawaii Island, actually. Here is a look back at Hawaii Island. Kohala Mountain Road closed between Hawaii Preparatory Academy to the Akoni Pule Highway Junction at Hawi. This is due to unsafe conditions. According to Hawaii Police, there are down branches, limbs, and trees. Now, that's your first alert traffic on Sunrise. Now, let's take it to Steve and Grace.
Yep, thanks, Jelani. Thanks, Sky. A hurricane warning remains in effect for Hawaii Island, as Sky has mentioned, all morning long, with heavy rain, strong winds, dangerous surf expected throughout the day.
Yeah, we want to check in with Mahea Richardson, who's live over in Naalehu, and really conditions looking terrible out there, Mahea.
That's right, Grace and Steve. You heard Guy Hagi saying up to 25 inches in areas of Ka'u. Well, that's where we are right now. We're in an area called Hona'u, and this is in between Punalu'u and Naalehu. We are above Whittington Beach Park, and I wanted to show you the water. It is a nasty mess out there. We saw some huge waves just pounding the shoreline, and we do have to wipe our camera lens because the rain is just pelting us. We saw some big waves just coming up, crashing onto the shoreline. Obviously, no one is swimming right now because Whittington Beach Park is closed. We saw the police tape. No police there, but police were stationed at Ka'u Hospital because that area is prone to flooding. When we left that area, we did not see a lot of water, but that's one of the areas that police are waiting, just monitoring the roads. But as you can see, it is wet out here. This is what people were talking about when they were talking about the impacts of Lala. And it doesn't have to be a hurricane. And that's why Hawaii County officials were telling people to prepare because of this. Of course, we are out here so we can show you conditions so that you can stay home, you can stay safe, and you can stay dry. But every once in a while, just a strong gust of wind will come and hit us. And actually, at this very moment, it seems like the rain is calming down just a little bit. But every once in a while, we'll just get hit and pelted with that rain. Grace and Steve.
To your point, you are the eyes and ears for the people on the island, and that's why you're out and about. But for the most part, from what you're seeing as you drove out there, are there a lot of people out there on the roads, or is everybody pretty much staying home?
It seems like most people are staying home. We talked to 2 officers who were stationed at Ka'u Hospital. They have good internet there, and it wasn't too bad over there at that moment. We do see just a couple of SUVs, couple of vehicles who stop by. I'm not sure who's in that car. My suspicion is that it might be national media, just to kind of take a look, or maybe some storm chasers and spotters. But every once in a while, we'll see some people just stop at this lookout over here, over Whittington Beach. And I can tell you, you cannot go down there to the beach because everything is blocked off. And that is an area that you really do not want to be at because it is just too dangerous to go down there. We've seen some people try to get a closer view, and just it is not safe. It's very dangerous down there. But from here, you can certainly see the conditions, and I can tell you at this very moment the rain is starting to pick up.
Mejia, we have been hearing from viewers that this is not your average storm. Are you really feeling that power as of now?
You know, I'm not really feeling the power in terms of the wind right now, but it is just very, very wet. And then you talk to people from around Hawaii Island, people have different concerns. We talked to people in Pahoa, you know, they say they were concerned about the wind because of those albizia trees that might come down. They remember from the Kona low storms back in March, they were without power in a Pahoa area for 2.5 days. They said they can handle the rain, but they just can't handle the wind because of those trees that just have shallow roots and they just can blow down, or the tree branches can blow down. As for this area, as you heard earlier, up to 25 inches, and it is just, I don't know how much is raining right now, but certainly it's going to be adding to that, maybe by at least an inch in a few minutes, guys.
Yeah, that said, we want to get you out of there for a little bit, get a little reprieve from the rain and the wind. But thank you, Maya.
Yeah, stay safe out there. All right, we'll check back in with you a little bit later. In the meantime, we do want to check and see what it looks like. Very different picture here. This is east of Hawaii Island, a live look from Napili on Maui. Now, you can see there is some rain that's coming down and some wind, but nothing compared to what we saw with Mejia.
Yeah, all right, so let's get the very latest on the storm. We have Guy and Billy this morning tracking everything.
Now, that shot there, that's West Maui, right? I have some friends at Mama's Fish House out in Paia.
Oh, nice.
And they sent me some video, and we might get to that a little bit later. Mahalo to them, but they sent me video where the trees are rocking. The trees are doing the hula on that side.
Meanwhile, my friend John Lawson was in Waikoloa over on Hawaii Island, and the way, I mean, the trees are moving there too. So, you know, these are all things that we're watching as we go throughout the morning. A couple of questions. This is online, but before we get into any of that, get the Hawaii News Now weather app so you can track what's going on, and you can be looking at the same things that we're looking at. Just turn on your phone, turn on the camera, point it towards this QR code right here, and it'll start the download automatically onto your digital device. Some of the questions. Dustin, Gila weather, not too bad that it hit landfall yet. Don, how's the volcano going? And when is the eye of the storm expected to hit Hawaii Island? Coral, thank you very much for the message.
Okay, slow, one at a time, one at a time.
Well, Big Island.
Okay, what was the first one?
First one, Gila weather.
Yeah. Okay, it's going to get worse before it gets better. It's just starting up. Now, you saw Mejia really getting pelted by the rain. The wind's going to start picking up as well as that storm makes landfall. It's expected to make landfall or be close to landfall around 2 p.m.
A little bit east of where Mejia was of Hilo, so that means that could be coming over to Hilo.
For sure, for sure.
Okay, volcano.
Okay, the volcano's quiet for now. Remember, it erupted just a couple of days ago. But remember, the volcanic activity has nothing to do with the weather, right? It's a total subterranean thing. And at this point, we haven't heard a forecast window for when they're going to expect that next eruption.
I'm going to change up this question here because this just popped in. Dale says, any chance of Lala veering north like Iniki did in '92? My guess is no chance, but I'd like to hear from the experts.
Yeah, you know, us old timers, right? We watched Iniki, and we didn't have as sophisticated weather models as we do today. But Iniki did this amazing thing where the high pressure that steers the storm was gone. So instead of keeping it suppressed to the south, with that high pressure left, Iniki did this right turn almost straight north, and it ran over Kauai. Not expected to happen. The computer models are consistent in saying it's going to stay on this track to the west and northwest.
Okay. Let's talk about the track of the storm, Lala, right now. Where do we stand?
Okay, now the track hasn't changed over the last several days, and that's a good thing. Then we can plan on what's ahead, right? So this is the track right now. Now, as storms go, this isn't a very big storm, Billy. It's just not, right? It's most intense near the center of the storm, but there are tropical storm force winds stronger than 40 miles an hour that extend out some 205 miles out from the center of the storm. That means almost the entire island expected to get at least tropical storm force winds, if not hurricane force winds.
And you were talking about in those last, you were looking at satellite earlier, and you were seeing an eye more defined.
Right, correct. And that shows the intensification, and that's why it was bumped up from 65 miles an hour. Now the storm has 70-mile-an-hour winds. Right. Okay. So this is the track, right? Expected to make landfall sometime around 2 o'clock. At that point, it's expected to be with 75-mile-an-hour winds, a Category 1 hurricane. And then as it passes over or near Hawaii Island, it's going to veer off to the west. Right? It should be close enough that Maui County, Oahu, and Kauai likely to see tropical storm force winds. And that means winds 40 miles an hour or stronger. Not everybody's going to get in on that, but most everybody's going to get in on that. And then slowly, as it exits the state, it's expected to get even stronger again.
Okay. Now, we're just getting word into our newsroom that the latest update just given just moments ago has it up to 75-mile-per-hour winds, which means you were right on track with it.
It is, well, not me, but the hurricane forecast was correct.
Right.
So it is now a hurricane, if that's the case. So it is now Hurricane Lala, we're calling it, right? So Hurricane Lala is now buffeting Hawaii Island. Conditions are going to get worse for them before they get better. They're in for a rough ride for the next 10 hours, right? So all the rainfall now is coming. Hilo's getting pelted. Look at Volcano and look at that area in and along the Pahala area down towards Na'aleu. Scattered showers up and down the Kohala and the Kona coast as well, and central part of the island getting a lot of rain.
Yeah, we want to mention that we've been hearing from a lot of people over on the Kona side saying that the winds are calm, but if you go up, you're in between the Kohala Mountains, in between Hualalai and Mauna Kea, that stretch right there, which you've mentioned, Waimea going in down towards Kauai High and Waikoloa especially.
Right. And remember, this side of the storm here, that's where the strongest winds are, and that's where the most rain is. We're talking about the northeast quadrant of that storm. That's the case with any cyclone, right? So as it moves over, the winds will be shifting, right? Because we're talking about a counterclockwise rotation with that storm. So right now, the winds will be coming up from the south for some areas and then whipping around to the north and northeast.
Let's talk about that rainfall, because that's going to bring some conditions. That means we're going to get swollen rivers, waterfalls. That's going to be pretty powerful. As a matter of fact, we were looking at the Wailuku River, I believe it was. And that was, throwing some water down a little bit earlier.
That's going to be quite a sight today. Yeah. Okay. Not that you should be out there looking at, but this is what's there. And this is a live shot right now? No, this is from earlier. Yeah. I would suspect that with all the rain that's been coming down over the last several hours, that's even more intense right now.
Okay.
And I've seen it during storms, and it is an amazing sight. Just the amount of rain that can come down from the sky and just drop in that one single area. Amazing.
Okay, let's go ahead and once again, we are watching. This is Kuli'o'o. Let's give you a look at live. I think it's John Yasunaga that's out there on the roads on Kalani'anaole Highway with Casey Len this morning.
Yeah, now the longer the winds buffet us, the higher the chance for downed trees, the higher the chance for spotty power outages. We've already had a few power outages, especially on Hawaii Island, and there's likely more to come.
You're watching Sunrise on Hawaii News Now. Let's go over to Jelani.
Billy, this one just came in. We've got another first alert traffic incident on Hawaii Island. We've got a road closure at mile marker 53.7. This is along Hawaii Belt Road, and it's closed due to flooding between Mana Road and Iokua Place. Now, if you can, please avoid the area. We also still have this first alert traffic incident very active. Kohala Mountain Road closed between Hawaii Preparatory Academy to the Akoni Puli Highway Junction at Hawi. This is due to unsafe conditions. According to Hawaii Police, there are down branches, limbs, and trees. That's your first alert traffic on Sunrise, keeping you and your ohana safe.
From Hawaii News Now, this is breaking news.
Yeah, just into our newsroom this morning, we have an update from Governor Green.
Yeah, take a listen.
Aloha, everyone. It's 8:49 in the morning on Saturday, the 15th. We are right now seeing the Tropical Storm Lala, begin to hit the southern part of the Big Island. The maximum sustained winds have been 65 miles per hour. The next 8 hours will be pretty consequential. We've been getting a lot of rain, about 2 inches an hour, up to 10 inches of rain in parts of the Big Island. They could see somewhere between 18 and 24 inches of total rain. It'll sweep through the southern part of the Big Island and then begin to impact Maui. Also today, we should start seeing some impact on Oahu, I believe, this evening. Right now, it's a tropical storm, but it's kind of toggling over to the impact that a hurricane Category 1 can bring. That just means a little bit stronger winds. Be very careful. I think there is going to be a lot of debris on the roads. We've had about 5,000 to 6,000 people lose power so far. That's going to be addressed. But the emergency management people are all out. Everyone is essentially a Category 1 or Level 1 awareness and activity so that we have all the personnel out there that we need. But people should be sheltering in place now, especially as the storm comes through Big Island and Maui. We'll give you constant updates. It looks like a very rainy weekend with some pretty high winds. The surf is big, 15 to 20 feet or more on some of the southern shores, could even be bigger. So everyone please be careful, and we'll get through the storm. Aloha.
Yeah, even though that just came in a few minutes ago, since then it was just upgraded to a hurricane.
That's right. Now, while it'll be some time until Oahu starts seeing some of the major impacts, it has been a gusty morning on the east side of the island.
Yeah, we sent Casey Lynette live to check out the conditions.
Yeah.
What are you seeing, Casey?
Oh man, you can probably tell it's pretty blustery out here. I would say if we'd feel maybe 20 to 30 mile an hour winds at times, gusts anyway. That's just my guesstimate. I'm going to leave that to Guy. But that's certainly what it feels like for me. I've covered quite a few wind events, and I'm getting knocked around a little bit. And then our photographer, John, just showed you some of the palm fronds. And if we have it, I have another camera pointed toward the ocean. We're here in Kuli'o'o, and I wanted to show you, though, and this is what's precarious. I pointed that camera if we have it. I would like to show that. Okay, and, well, maybe we can't, but we do want to show that to you eventually. Okay, we're on it now, and that is just a kind of a visual representation of what we're worried about. Look at those power lines, and look at how those palm trees are swaying. So, you know, most neighborhoods, most of Oahu, our parks folks, as well as our Department of Facility Maintenance crews, they've been out here. They have been making their modifications to trees, trying to trim them down, make sure those big palm fronds are taken away so that there's no issues with the power lines, but still, I mean, we live in Hawaii. We have tall palm trees, they have tall vegetation that can take those power lines out really easily. One of the other things, you come back out, you can come back out live to me now because, man, I'm really getting tossed around a little bit here at East Oahu. One of the things I had, by the way, I was driving here in our weather tracker, and I had a group of kids come out on Kalani'anaole Highway. They must have seen me driving down and they waved, so that was awesome. But stay inside now, kids, because yeah, we're getting some pretty strong winds here. And I did want to mention one other thing. I believe here in this area, maybe Aina Haina, it might be trash day. So you're going to see people with their trash cans out. The problem is once that Opala gets picked up, if city and county is picking those up, then those empty trash cans, I already saw some. You may have seen that on the drive over here. Those trash cans out in the roadway. So that's a danger because they can go out. Those things are big, right? They can come out, hit a small car, hit somebody on a bike, and it can really be a dangerous situation, cause a really bad accident. Because as you see, even though we're expecting this hurricane or this tropical storm, we're still seeing a lot of folks on the roadway, okay? So if you don't need to be out, now is the time when you're going to start to see some of those impacts here on Oahu. We're going to go a little further east. I want to talk to Guy Hoggy and check out things there, because if it's howling like this here, just shy of Aina Haina, Niu Valley, that area, man, it's going to be probably pretty crazy over there. And then, we have these draws, these canyons, where we're starting to see, and maybe before, as I toss to Guy Hoggy, why don't we show just how much moisture is coming down here. This is Kuli'o'o Valley. Look at how much wet weather is coming this way. So it's going to kind of be on and off at certain points as those bands come in, right, Guy?
Keep in mind that, Casey, yeah, it's just starting up for us here in Oahu, and look how windy it is already, and that's over on East Oahu. Very windy over in Maui as well. We know that really is one of the windiest spots, but look at this. As the storm gets closer, as the eye gets closer of Hurricane Lala, we're going to see stronger winds, and then the winds are going to run in this counterclockwise direction. So right now, the strongest winds are just coming ashore over on the windward side. Lots of rain, too. It's a big rain and wind event for Hawaii Island. There are some light scattered showers along the Kohala and Kona coast as well. Some heavy downpours out towards Waipio. Hilo getting drenched right now, but again, this is just a start, and it's going to be extended time under these bad conditions that the Big Island's going to see. Now, we're also seeing scattered downpours on Maui, as well as the West Maui Mountains out toward Lahaina, Kaanapali, and along the Hana Highway. Look at these downpours up there, right? So not a good day to be outside, and traveling is definitely discouraged. Already on Maui, you're seeing some dangerous conditions. And look, over on Molokai, they're getting some showers, as well as a couple of downpours up near Lanai City. Now, here in Oahu, we're getting some scattered showers, but not a lot of rain. Most of it is of the light to moderate variety, but we're already getting very windy conditions, only to get stronger as the day progresses. And in Kauai, they're out of reach of that just yet, right? It is a little bit windy. That's because of this. You can tell because of the wind chop from the radar. So again, here are the storm alerts you should know to stay safe. If you're on Hawaii Island, there is a hurricane watch. That means that hurricane conditions are expected through the day today. We're talking winds upwards of 80 miles an hour, 85 miles an hour. Some spots will get it, as well as a lot of rainfall, which will lead to flooding. There's already been a couple of closed roads due to flooding over on Hawaii Island. Now, Now, from Maui all the way to Kauai, it's a less urgent but still very, very serious tropical storm warning. That means the winds could be running upwards of 70 miles an hour, but most likely upwards of 40 to 50 miles an hour, as well as a lot of rain. The entire state is under a flood watch, which means flooding conditions are possible. And like I said, there's already flooding occurring on Hawaii Island, and it has closed some roads, right, Jelani?
Yes. Yes, we do have a road closure at mile marker 53.7. This is along Kauai Belt Road between Mana Road and Iokua Place. And yes, that one is due to flooding. We also have reports of landslides. That one is going to be also along Hawaii Belt Road. And then we also have road closures due to unsafe road conditions. This is along Kohala Mountain Road between Hawaii Preparatory Academy to the Akuni Pule Highway junction of Hawi. Again, due to unsafe conditions, including down branches, limbs, and trees. And over on Maui, we have still reports of fallen trees all along Haleakala Highway. There's a tree blocking one lane between mile marker 5 and 6, and then another tree blocking the highway. This one is at mile marker 2, just Mauka of King Kekaulike High School. That's your first alert traffic on Sunrise. Steve, Grace, back to you.
All right, thanks, Jelani. Hurricane Lala is forecast to pass south of Hawaii Island later today, so we've already seen strong winds, heavy rain, and dangerous surf.
Yeah, our Lacey Denise joins us now from Honaunau with current conditions and how residents are preparing. Lacey, of course, we hope that you and the family are well, but if we could start off, what are you seeing right now where you are?
Good morning, Stephen, Grace. Well, thank you so much. We are okay for now. Right after that last report I did with Billy and Guy, the rain started to come down. It just stopped, but we can definitely see more rain coming. The skies are really gloomy and cloudy, and it's a really ominous feeling because I just saw Mahea's video. She's about 45 minutes away from where I am over on the South Point area. But the winds are not too strong. It's actually very calm. But the biggest change, I would say, since our last report was the rain has started.
Lacey, does it feel a little different? Because some people are saying that before the storm really starts to come in, you can kind of feel the pressure dropping, the humidity rising. Are you feeling any of that nature?
Definitely. Yesterday was very ominous. It was actually really foggy too. It was foggy, it was muggy, it was humid, it was very hot and sticky, especially if you're in Kailua town. It was just a very ominous feeling because they always say the calm before the storm. There was a beautiful sunset yesterday, a bright sunshiny day, but then you come to today, even just from an hour ago, and it's no sunshine, very gloomy, very light rain as well. So it's just a little uneasy feeling.
Yeah. And Lacey, we know you. We know that you made all your preparations, filled up gas, stocked the fridge and all that. What about other people around you in your area, residents? How did you see them react to the news that the hurricane was coming?
I have to say that our community here they really embody the aloha spirit because a couple of days ago we were in town shopping, getting supplies, just kind of getting ready, and people were opening the door for one another. They were asking, do you need help? Or, we were at Costco and one of the guys next to me had a really heavy load. So someone asked, do you need help to your car, uncle? So I just really feel that the community here has been showing great aloha spirit from what we've seen. I know driving around the last few days, there's been a lot of people filling in propane, filling in gas, of course, and we've seen a lot of sandbags out. The county crews, we've seen them out. We've seen Hawaiian Telcom, we've seen Hawaiian Electric. So everybody has really been taking this storm seriously. They've been doing a lot of precautions. And I think for a lot of people here, we're coming off of, like everybody else, the Kona low storms and the earthquake. A lot of people in the South Kona community, after the big earthquake, it had damaged their water tanks because some people are on catchment. So that's another concern that people are still trying to recover from that as well.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tough year so far weather-wise. I know a lot of families like yours, Lacey, you have 2 young kids are stuck in home because of the rainy conditions. You keeping them occupied?
Oh, we are keeping them occupied, Grace. I'm not going to say there's no screen time because there is screen time. We have charged up the iPads, but we have made forts in the living room because we're going to go, quote unquote, camping because of the bad weather. We have some s'mores activities because we filled up our propane, so we're gonna do some s'mores. But just, I think as a mom, learning how to not make them be afraid, but to understand what's happening and to just make them as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, it's a good teaching experience.
Yeah,
there
I knew
you go.
you'd be doing a good
Not
job,
cooking
Lacey.
though.
Yeah.
Not cooking anything
Some
more
things
than
don't change.
s'mores because you guys know.
Yeah,
you guys know anything
that's
more
good.
than
Then
s'mores.
they're
I
even
don't.
safer. Good job, Lacey.
They're even safer. Exactly. I'll just do cereal and s'mores, and they will be safe.
Kidding. We love you, Lacey. We miss you.
Yeah, we do.
Love you guys.
Thank you for that report.
Stay safe and mahalo for joining us this morning. Thanks, Lacey.
Oh, you're welcome, guys. Take care.
All right, we'll be right back. So Casey has been showing you how windy it is for East Honolulu, right? But look at the winds gusts, and this is over the last hour. Very windy over in Kahului, Maui. 51 miles an hour. That's at Kahului, right? So that's a tropical storm force winds, right? Even up in Lanai City at 49. Now, these are the gusts. These are sustained winds. So these are tropical storm force gusts, right? Hilo's at 31. They don't usually get winds that strong. Now, look up at Mauna Kea, though. They're still getting winds upwards of 100 miles an hour with gusts to 123. It is incredible the wind speeds that this storm is already causing, and it's only going to get stronger as the day progresses and as the storm system moves closer. Remember, the tropical storm force winds, stronger than 40 miles an hour, extend out 205 miles from the center of the storm. So that means as this envelope moves across the state, we'll see those tropical storm force winds. This is 6 p.m. tonight, and you can see Maui County is going to get in on that before that already, like you saw. They already got those winds, so this is correct. Now, it's expected to maintain hurricane strength through 6 p.m. tonight.
And look at that. Then it's going to move to the south of Maui and Honolulu. And Honolulu going to get those strong winds later this afternoon through the rest of tonight and tomorrow morning as well. That's going to be the roughest time for us here in Oahu is later tonight through tomorrow morning. And then Kauai is going to get in on the action early tomorrow morning. They're going to get some of those strong winds through tomorrow morning as well. And then by tomorrow evening, at least wind-wise, we should see things settling down. And this is by tomorrow evening at 9 p.m. Although at that point, it's still going to be a tropical storm. Also, with regard to the storm swell, as that system moves along, the swells will be picking up in height, and slowly by Sunday, it's going to leave. Those storm swells rise up and they drop down pretty quickly, right? So that's it. We're going to see tropical storm force winds across the state. And we're also going to get a lot of rainfall. This is just a rainfall estimate, right? Hawaii Island, especially in this area right here, could get rainfall totals upwards of 25 inches. And because of that, there's likely to be flooding. Already we have minor flooding occurring on parts of Hawaii Island, like Jelani's been telling you. There are some closed roads only because of the flooding. Less rain, but still a lot of rain for East Maui. They're expecting upwards of 12 inches, maybe more, and that could lead to flooding. Here in Oahu, 4 to 6, not a lot, but 4 to 6 inches. And if you're on the windward side near Waihole, Waikane, that's where you're expecting the most rain. And Kauai, because they'll see the rain last and it might linger for them a little bit longer, they might get some additional rainfall totals, maybe up to 8 inches, especially up at Waialeale, and that could lead to flooding down in Hanalei sometime by tomorrow. So heads up on that. Take a look at where you live and your neighborhood and where the rain's expected to build up. If you live in an area that has flooded before, take precautions and use that Hawaii News Now weather app. That way you can track the radar in real time. Now let's go to Jelani, talk about those closed roads.
Guy, that line of purple right here you see on our flow map just popped up. That means there's a road closure along Hawaii Belt Road. This is as you're heading south between Pahala and Ainapo. And then you've also got slow and go conditions as you're driving along Hawaii Belt Road, making your way south, driving through Fern Forest, Volcano, and then into Ainapo. Now, Guy mentioned flooding. Yes, there is flooding happening right now. This is at mile marker 53.7. Also on Hawaii Belt Road between Mana Road and Iokua Place. If you can avoid the area, or if you could just limit travel altogether, please do so, because we've been having reports of downed power lines, fallen trees, and landslides. Now here is also another road closure on Hawaii Island. Kohala Mountain Road closed between Hawaii Preparatory Academy to the Akuni Pule Highway Junction at Hawi. Now this is due to unsafe conditions. According to Hawaii Police, there are down branches, limbs, and trees. That's your first alert traffic on Sunrise. Steve, Grace, back to you.
All right, thanks, Jelani. Earlier this morning, we heard from Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda.
Yeah, and he says that flooding, fallen trees, and highway closures have already created dangerous conditions across the island.
Yeah, we got about 130 residents, he said, at the time and moved into those emergency shelters. Officials are urging everyone to stay off the roads and remain in a safe place.
And so right now, we see some high winds in some places. There's flooding on the north side in Waimea. We have footage of that. There's some trees one tree that fell in Hakalau, and so we're monitoring that. Highway 19 is closed to one lane. We have over 130 residents in our shelters, mostly from the Puna area, but after that, it's kind of evenly spread out. So, and we haven't seen the worst of it. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, county crews are still monitoring the flooded roads, downed trees, and other hazards as the conditions continue to worsen. Officials say those shelters are going to remain open for anyone who cannot safely stay at home.
Now, Mayor Alameda also says that the damage caused by the previous Kona low made the county and its residents more vigilant ahead of Hurricane Lala. He says shelters are now being used while families across Hawaii Island are taking the storm seriously, preparing for the worst.
Because of the Kona low, it made us more vigilant when we give out our messaging and when we connect with our people. It's island-wide, and we have stations in every part of the 9 districts. For example, right now we popped up shelters in every district, and for sure, we see residents utilizing it. So that tells us that although they're predicting on the south side, these winds could take shape in different ways, we just got to be ready.
County officials are asking residents to remain sheltered, avoid unnecessary travel, and continue following emergency alerts. Crews are also standing by to respond to flooding, fallen trees, and road closures. Also, stay tuned to Hawaii News Now.
Now, as we had mentioned, Lala is now at hurricane strength now, and it's still moving south of Hawaii Island.
Tropical storm conditions are already hitting the island, bringing heavy rain, strong winds, dangerous surf. Our Jonathan Masaki is tracking the conditions live from Hilo. Jonathan, where are you now and what are you seeing?
Okay, so we came back to the Bayfront area. Right now I'm going to ask Kai to kind of take a panoramic shot of the Hamakua coast to give you an idea or a glimpse as to how the weather is affecting this area. Right now, you can barely see parts of the Hamakua coast kind of getting past Honolulu and the Hakalau area. As you come a little bit further into town, over Coconut Island and into Hilo Bay, a blanket of rain really hitting this area pretty hard right now. The winds not really that strong just yet, but a steady gust is blowing over the greater part of the Bayfront. So when we came back just about 10 minutes ago, we did notice that this blanket of rain is what's the new part of the storm as it comes in. Speaking of Mayor Alameda, I was able to speak to his executive assistant, Micah Alameda, and the window that they're looking at now is between 2 and 7 p.m. So many viewers who have stopped to talk to me about it said, hey, we've lived in Hawaii County all our lives, so we're kind of familiar with, strong weather coming in. When is the biggest part of the storm going to hit? And I know that's really not easy to predict altogether, but what we got from the mayor's office is now they're looking at that window between 2 and 7 o'clock. So again, as we bring you back down live to the Bayfront of Hilo Bay, you can kind of see just the extent of what is hitting us at this time. We're going to try to get back again to the mayor's office a little bit later to see if there's any new updates, because they're constantly following all the developments that are happening. And as we know, we've heard earlier timeframes as to when Lala would hit the Big Island. It's kind of getting pushed back. So really, the best thing to do is keep it here on Hawaii News Now. And speaking of keeping it here at Hawaii News Now, my colleague Mahealani Richardson is also on Hawaii Island. She is taking that further southern trek along the coast to give us updates as to what's going on. Mahealani, how's it going out there?
Aloha, Jonathan. Stay safe out there. I'm at Hono'apu. This is an area above Whittington Beach Park. It is closed right now. We saw police tape. People cannot go down to the beach park. But I can tell you it is still raining here. And actually, the rain is not as heavy as it was just a few minutes ago. It really comes and goes in bands. At times, it's just whipping and hitting your face. And at other times, it just calms down. But let me show you down over the ledge there, over this cliff. That's the Whittington Beach Park area, and the waves are just angry. It is a soupy mess. Obviously not rideable conditions. At times you would see the water hit the shoreline, and of course we have to wipe our lens every few minutes because it's just so wet. And people have been asking, are there any cars around here? We've seen just a few cars drive along Highway 11, but really it is empty. The only people who are out here are media folks like us who just want to show you the conditions, and some storm chasers. This is a lookout area that people can drive off to the side of Highway 11 and look at the beach. This is a historic area, and if you think on a normal day, on a beautiful day, the conditions are incredible, and this is a spot where people like to come, take pictures of their family. But this is now a spot that you do not want to be in because it is just so wet. I can tell you that police were stationed at the Ka'u Hospital. We saw 2 officers there in the Ka'u Hospital, and also they are also stationed at Na'alehu, and they are positioned in particular areas that are prone to flooding. So at this point, they're just waiting there, waiting for any flooding. We're not hearing of anything. I do have connections with some police officers in the area, and of course, they will let me know if something starts to happen. Back to you.
Hey, you mentioned the surf out there. How dangerous does it look from your vantage point? Because it's a little far for us to see.
Yeah, that's right. We'll try to get into the surf right there. You can really see just the whitewash and the water just going up to that old lava shelf. It's pretty incredible to see all of the water, and it's actually not very brown. You think about when you see storm conditions in Honolulu, it gets really, really brown, the water, but the water is not brown here, probably because there's not too much runoff at this point. but it is just angry, and the conditions obviously very dangerous, and that's why police just taped off and blocked off Whittington Beach Park and all beach parks around Hawaii County as a precaution, because we know that during these types of storms, during hurricanes, people do want to go into the water and people do want to get a closer look, and that's why county officials are telling people to just stay dry, stay safe, and stay at home.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, all right. Thank you, Mahel. Please stay safe. While it's some time until Oahu is going to start feeling some of the major impacts, it's been a gusty morning on the east side of the island.
Yeah, we said Casey Lynette live has been showing us the conditions, and wow, it's really picked up, Casey.
Yeah, we started, Steve and Grace, when we were at Coolio O over there, made our way through Ainahaina and Niu Valley, and now we're here at the Holona Blowhole, and we're just shy of Sandy Beach. You can see the surf here. Nothing you want to be in, although there are still people out there, most likely bodyboarders, people on those boogie boards, but probably not a good time for anyone, even if you're a professional, to be out on the water right now here on the water. You can see just how strong the wind is, and we've got a crowd here. We've got some folks here enjoying it. Hello, say hello, everybody. Yeah, look just how much things are blowing people around here, and the blowhole itself is quite a sight to see. I want to talk to Greg, G-R-E-G Presby. Greg, have you been to Hawaii before?
No, first trip.
First trip, and you come for a hurricane. What's the luck on that?
I've been through a few in Florida, so this is kind of interesting seeing them here. So.
Very good. Yeah. What have you guys seen so far? I mean, this is pretty strong. And you know, reminder, you folks might not know this, but just a moment ago they upgraded it to an actual hurricane. So it's Hurricane Lala, no longer a tropical storm. How does this compare to some of the things you've seen in Florida?
Right now, the winds are picking up pretty quickly. Very interesting. Will be interesting to see what happens here in the next couple of hours. So.
We have some younger kids, some of our seniors in Kapuna. I'm a little worried because I'm even getting blown around right now. Hey, if anybody's watching at home, anybody you want to say hi to, Greg?
Yes, say hi to my mom, my brother, my sister. Love you guys all.
Very good. Okay, well, stay safe and enjoy your time on Oahu. We'll hope. How long are you here for? That's a good question.
2 more days.
2 more days. Well, okay. It might be a kind of a. Hey, you might be here for some history.
Yeah,
so we hope you stay safe and we hope it doesn't get that bad, Greg. We'll say goodbye to our friends here. Again, say hello, friends. Anybody watching at home, give them a big wave. And they're probably going to want to start. They're probably going to want to start packing things up here soon because. You're going to start to see debris. We've been seeing the surf again. Let's take one more look outside, and you can see my cameraman, John. My cameraman John is just really struggling to keep the camera straight on the tripod, and he's been doing this a while. He knows what he's doing. So we're feeling these winds easily, I would guess, easily at 30 miles an hour. Again, that's just from what I'm feeling. I looked on the report, and I know what Guy's been saying. It sounds like about 25 to 30, but these feel like possibly even more so. So, again, the surf out here, it's kind of ugly. But take a look one more time before I send things back into our awesome First Alert weather team. You still see folks out in the water. So, it's probably a time to pack things in, folks, because we don't want our ocean safety officials to be in danger. So if you don't need to be on the water, you really shouldn't be at this point. It's time to kind of pull things in. Things are going to get pretty rough out here. What would you say, Guy, Billy, about the wind speeds? I mean, like, it's pretty intense. It's pretty. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not even. Obviously, I kind of fell off there as a joke, but you could get pushed around in this stuff, especially little kids. You got to be careful. I went to take my phone to take a picture of this, and the thing almost blew out. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That you want to be careful about that. But Casey, stay safe out there.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's bring you back in here to Guy Hoggy. That kind of reminds me of like Pali Highway, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like that. And Casey said, John was having trouble keeping the camera steady.
Yeah.
It's like that. And that's just the start of it, right? We're just starting to see that. Remember, there's a fair bit of rain coming in right now for Hawaii Island and for Maui. We've been seeing the windward side get a lot of rain.
Okay, let's talk about flood advisories.
Yeah, so there is a flood advisory. That means these yellow shaded areas are getting minor flooding conditions on right now. The rest of the state with this green, we are under a flood watch, Billy. That means flooding conditions are possible. Right.
So we're watching that as that continues throughout the day, but we're expecting that to also move as the storm moves to the west.
Right. It's going to move to the west. The rain's going to increase for Maui County, for Oahu, and later on for Kauai. So keep that in mind. And if you take a look at this is Wailuku Stream. Earlier this morning, it was already raging. And it's going to get even worse as the day progresses. Yeah, because they had some significant rainfall over the last several hours. So there's going to be more, right?
I'm taking a look right now. This is Waimea. This is video right now, and so you see the conditions out there. Take a look at that.
Oh my gosh, look at that! And that's a stream that normally runs really calm. Really, not much at all. I love that stream, by the way.
There are a couple of questions that we have here from social media. By the way, you can always we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook. You can always message us. Why no thunder and lightning at the moment?
Well, there's a chance for that. It's not going. It likely could happen later on, but right now there's just not enough of interaction. But as it goes down, and maybe in the core of the system, they might have some thunder and lightning.
Miha, thank you for the question. Stellar says, how many inches of rain has Big Island gotten already?
So some spots 13 inches, right? But that's just the start, and that's in the last 24 hours, right? So that's really not a lot when all's said and done, because it's happened in some very remote areas, but they have rain sensors there, rain buckets, but we're expecting those kinds of rainfall totals to jump even higher, maybe even double over the next few hours.
One more question. Any reported flooding in downtown Hilo yet? Shipment Wai'a Noi Kamehameha near Singing Bridge often get it when storm drains clog.
Yeah, and also when the storm gets closer, that Bayfront area, remember it's been flooded before, and there's a chance that happens again today. Again, the advice is no matter where you are across state, if you have been flooded before by a rain event, you could be flooded again with this event. So make sure you take precautions before the rain really starts to intensify, and it's only starting now.
Okay, give us a timeline here.
Okay, here's the timeline. Let's take a look at this forecast model. Again, this is only a model. This is not what's exactly happening, right? So 10 a.m. this morning, that storm's going to move even closer. It is now a hurricane. Winds are going to get stronger, and we're going to see more rain move up over Hawaii Island, over Maui County. Still a very wet night tonight for Maui, for Hawaii Island, and then Oahu's going to get in the rain. Looks like after midnight. That's when the rain's going to come in earnest early tomorrow morning. Looks like still though, Hawaii Island's still going to get a lot of heavy rainfall, right? So the flooding is actually going to increase. I suspect that a flash flood warning will likely be posted for parts of the state as this system migrates off to the west. Early tomorrow morning, very wet for Oahu, very wet for Maui County, and slowly Hawaii Island going to see less of that. And then Sunday afternoon, look how wet it's going to be for Kauai and for Oahu as well.
That's an incredible stretch of weather right there.
Yeah, and the eye of the storm will likely be just to the south of Kauai at that time. So there's still going to be strong winds. Remember, the wind field at this point, it could change. The wind field at this point goes out from the center 205 miles. That means anywhere within that circle of 205 miles, they could get winds stronger than 40 miles an hour.
If you've already had flooding happen in your area, you might want to make sure that you have preparations in case you may have to evacuate where you are.
Yeah, now we want to get to the 7-day forecast, so we'll finish this up, right? So still tomorrow night, 10 p.m., still a little wet for Maui, for Kauai especially, slowly drying out for the rest of the state. But even on Monday morning, the tail end of the storm will still bring some scattered showers, so still a little squishy on Monday into the afternoon, but by Tuesday, things dry up significantly. So that's why no matter where you are right now, you still have time to prepare, especially if you're on Kauai and Oahu. You got time to prepare. And again, the advice is if you live in an area that is flooded before, take precautions now before it starts to flood again. So it's a first alert weather day. This is Honolulu's forecast, right? Cloudy with showers and windy today, but most of the heavy rainfall going to come in the overnight hours. Tomorrow's going to be very wet for Oahu. Flooding conditions likely, 80% chance of rain, right? And then slowly things dry up, but still going to be a little damp for some areas on Monday. And then on Tuesday, all the way through Friday, we're going to be back to the best weather on the planet, but that means people will have the opportunity to clear out all the damage and all what's happened over the next couple of days.
Okay, once again, if you want to track this, go to our website at hawaiinewsnow.com. As a matter of fact, if you're on the streaming apps, you can go ahead and watch the hurricane special, and there's also a place where you can go ahead, there's a checklist that's online so you can make sure that you are prepared for the next couple of hours.
Yeah. Now, the other thing that we haven't mentioned, at least in this segment, is the surf. Now, you saw the surf and how rough it was over where Casey was, Sandy Beach. It's going to get bigger. right? Right now it's a jumbled mess because of the winds mostly. And that's why there are guys out in the water, because the Sandy Beach locals, they can handle that stuff. I mean, they're used to it being windy and wind swell, kind of choppy, messy, and to a large extent dangerous. Make no mistake about it, right? Sandy Beach is known for being so crunchy and so slabby, right? A very thick wave. But those waves are going to get bigger as that storm gets closer. It's going to hit Hawaii Island, big waves for the east side, for the south side. Even Kona will likely pick up that swell because it's going to pass by to the south of them. And then Maui's going to pick it up, their south side. Kaanapali probably going to be very big, very dangerous, and it's going to move closer to us. Our south side could pick up that, is likely to pick up that swell, as well as the east side, right? And the thing is that with the winds being so strong, conditions will be jumbled all over the place. We like to say victory at sea. That's likely to be the case. And in that case, even the Sandy Beach locals will go, even for us, we're out. We're out. And that's going to be the case probably for the next couple of days. Now, these cyclone swells rise really quickly and drop really quickly. So it'll be big through today and to some extent tomorrow. But by tomorrow afternoon, the swell will be dropping really quickly, really quickly.
Okay, ocean conditions for you as we're watching for Hurricane Lala. Let's take a look. This is Pahala over on Hawaii Island.
Whoa.
Yeah, so, you know, nice conditions there.
Remember, there's minor flooding occurring in the Pahala area right now.
Okay, so we're getting a little bit more of a picture here or video. Once again, there's been a bit of rainfall in that area. There you can see more of the wind and more of the rain over there on Hawaii Island.
Now, the thing about all this rainfall, right, there are people living there. It's kind of remote, kind of rural. And the good news is that because of that, there's no development. There's no concrete, right? So that means they can handle a lot of rain. Granted, it still will impact those people there. We want to acknowledge that, and they acknowledge the threat that they will be under and all the issues they will have to face. But by and large, if we got a fraction of that rainfall in Kahului or in Honolulu or in Hawaii Kai, it would be a way different situation. It would be disastrous. Not that it's going to be a picnic for them either. But imagine if that amount of rainfall were to fall in an urban area. Boy, Billy, we would be in a very different situation.
And Mahealani was talking about the ocean conditions, about how, you know, it was really rough, but it was not brown like here. That's because they don't have all of the development. Right. You know, and with all that runoff that just goes into the ocean.
Yeah, all the runoff. So you can expect the Ala Wai is going to be a mess. Again, as it normally is, with all the debris from the tributaries coming down, you know, and that's going to be the case. And the problem is that that's eventually going to flow out into the ocean, which means all that pollution, all the man-made stuff, which doesn't belong there, is going to flow out into the ocean. And that's the case statewide. It doesn't matter. Whatever waterway is going to feed out from the mountain down into the ocean is going to bring all kinds of debris out into the ocean.
Okay. Once again, we are tracking Hurricane Lala for you this morning. We'll have more for you in a couple of moments. You're watching Sunrise on Hawaii News Now.
Hawaii News Now, this is breaking news.
Yep, a hurricane warning remains in effect for Hawaii Island. Heavy rain, strong winds, dangerous surf expected throughout the day.
Yeah, we want to check back in with Mahealani Richardson, who's been live in Na'alehu. And man, the wind is really whipping through there, Mahea.
Oh yeah, and it just happened within the last few minutes. I can tell you, it's now starting to hurt my face when the wind and the rain is blowing to the south, and it hurts. It's wet out here. It's pretty nasty. You really don't want to be out here, and I know I keep saying this, we are out here showing you the terrible conditions so that you can stay safe at home. You can be dry. You can be with your ohana and just watch the conditions. I can tell you that not a lot of people are out on Highway 11. We are above Whittington Beach Park, which is closed. No one is driving out here right now. We are just seeing just a few cars every once in a while. My guess is that it might be some media or some storm chasers who just want to see what the conditions are like, but we are above Whittington Beach Park. That's just one of many beach parks around Hawaii Island, which the county has closed. When you go to the entrance of the beach park, you see the roadblock, you see the police tape, because they do not want anyone down there by the shoreline. When you take a look at the surf conditions, obviously, it's actually hard for us to see because I've got a lot of water in my eyes, and my photographer Levi is just going to be constantly wiping his lens because it is so wet out here. But the surf conditions, it's just a soupy mess down there, and as you heard Billy B say, it's not really brown like Oahu, but it's just really, really dangerous down there. And we can tell you that the county is putting their resources in areas where they know that will get hard hit, like the southern areas, the Ka'u district. Those areas always get hard hit by storms, and that's why they're just urging people to be prepared and be safe at home. That's the latest from here. Let's go to my colleague, Jonathan Masaki. How is it looking where you are, Jonathan?
Well, Mahealani, the wind is not pelting down to me like it is with you, but I'm going to take a step away from the camera right here and show you the break wall right around the Hilo Bay area. If you're familiar with this area, you know there's a protective wall that surrounds the bay, which protects it from, strong surges. This always gives you an idea as to what is coming in, as you can kind of look in a distance as Kai starts panning towards the Hamakua coast. That blanket of rain continues to come down even heavier than what we saw 10 minutes ago. Now, here at the Hawaii Naniloa Hotel, we do know that safety protocols are in place. They had several safety briefings for visitors who are here who were unfortunately either stuck because their flights got canceled or are delayed, and they are telling residents and visitors to this area to not even go into the greater lawn area of the Hawaii Naniloa Hotel. But as you can see in the distance right there, that steady rain coming into the Hamakua coast. We did drive a little bit farther out today to kind of let you know what is going on in that area. The road in front of Hilo Bay was still open when we were driving there just about a half hour ago. As we got a little bit closer to the resort area, Banyan Drive, many of the roads still open. But what's very clear is that we do not see a whole bunch of motorists on the road. So it's very obvious that many residents are taking this very seriously. And, Hawaii residents are very much aware of what kind of weather comes in since they do live on Hawaii Island. So that's about it for right now. We're going to go downstairs shortly to talk to some of these visitors who are actually trying to wait out the storm on their own to see when they can get on a flight back. But for right now, they're just kind of buckling down, perhaps enjoying a Hawaiian type of beverage as they pass the time. That's the latest from the Hilo Bayfront. I'm Jonathan Masaki. Guy Hagi, over to you.
Yeah, Billy, take a look at what's happening with Lala. It is now a hurricane, right? And it's still spinning in favorable waters, and it could increase in strength ever so slightly, but it looks like it is peaked in strength. Right now, Category 1 strength, 75 miles an hour. Slowly moving towards South Point. Right now, it's about 75 miles south-southeast, moving at about 9 miles an hour. The hallmark of this system is that it's been slow in developing, slow in moving, and now, though, finally, it's now a hurricane, and it's just onto Hawaii Island's windward side. It would, we're expecting it to either cross over and make landfall or stay just offshore of South Point. Either way, right? There's still going to be severe weather conditions coming onto Hawaii Island with a lot of rainfall and some very gusty winds. And it's going to remain at hurricane strength through this afternoon and then cross over, possibly interact with Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa, and should knock it down in strength to some extent, but still remain a powerful tropical storm tomorrow early in the morning, overnight tonight, with winds at 65 miles an hour. Now, the thing about the winds that you have to know and realize is that 205 miles outside of the center of the storm, which is well outside of most of the islands, there are tropical storm force winds stronger than 40 miles an hour, and that could lead to property damage as well. So this is what we're looking at, the storm track. It should hit Hawaii Island, then move to the south of us. At this level right here, at this distance away from Kauai, Oahu, and Maui County, we're not expecting hurricane force winds, but there is a good chance to get 40-mile-an-hour winds with some stronger gusts, probably through Monday, and then by Monday, it should not be an issue for us. So here's the impact, right? So significant major impacts, this red and this orange right here. So this is 11 o'clock. This is right now, right? And this is at 11 o'clock this morning. So the winds extending to Oahu, those tropical storm force winds getting stronger by this afternoon through tonight for Oahu and for Maui County, for most of the state actually. And then it's going to linger through tomorrow morning for Honolulu, for Lihue, for Kauai, and most of Oahu as well. And then in the afternoon, lighter winds are going to start to move in from the east. Still going to be a little bit breezy with moderate winds to gusty winds through tomorrow afternoon, through tomorrow evening. And then by Monday, the winds should not be an issue. Although on Monday, we are expecting still some lingering showers from that system. So here's the rainfall. Here it is right there. Lots of rain, heavy rain moving into the east side of Hawaii Island. And there is already flood advisories posted. And they could be even, ratcheted up to a flash flood warning because the winds are going to get stronger and the rain is going to increase. It's going to be an extended time of rainy, stormy weather for Hawaii Island, and for the rest of us, the worst is yet to come. Jelani, what you looking at?
Well, I just want to emphasize the importance of staying off the roadways because we are getting more reports of fallen trees, landslides, and flooded roadways. We've got a first alert traffic incident. This one is on Hawaii Island. Both lanes on Okunipule Highway in the Kaipuha'a and Lamaloloa areas are closed, and this one is due to a fallen tree, and they've got a crew on the way. Now, here's another look at our map of Hawaii Island. Very busy along Hawaii Belt Road as you're driving through Volcano and Ainapo, and then you've got bumper-to-bumper traffic between Pahala all the way down to Waikapuna. Now, we also got a first alert traffic incident. This one is on Maui. That one is a report of a fallen tree. I didn't update this graphic, but this one's on Hana Highway at mile marker 19. Now, that's your first alert traffic on Sunrise. Billy, back to you.
Thank you.
Flash flood warning for the Big Island of Hawaii until 1 p.m. At 10:13 a.m., Doppler radar indicated heavy rain bands from Hurricane Lala are moving onshore across windward and southeast Big Island. Additional heavy rain bands are anticipated over the next few hours, especially across the Kau and Puna districts. Radar estimates that rain is falling at a rate of 1 to 2.5 inches per hour. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by heavy rain. Source: radar indicated. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Lilo, Hawaiian Paradise Park, Kapa'au, Honokata'a, Volcano, Glenwood, Mountain View, Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, Wood Valley, Hawaiian Acres, and Kea'au. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles.
Sister lives down in Volcano. She's
right next to the Volcanoes National Park, and she's gotten close to 10 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. And of course, it's been quite a week for them. They had the volcano that erupted earlier this week, so they're already dealing with a lot of natural issues. But then in other places, we're obviously keeping a very, very close eye on what's going over in Hamakua, with the DKI, the Daniel K. Inouye, the saddle road being closed earlier this week because of the wildfires over there. People were having to shift over to using the Hamakua road. But again, of course, those gulches are in such precarious state when it comes to big weather. A lot of rock slide, a lot of danger of mudslide too over there. So, like I said, things are just very precarious. And as Guy just said, the worst is yet to come.
Tell me about preparations. Were you seeing a lot of your friends and neighbors at the stores, out on the streets in the days leading up to today?
Yeah, I mean, this is the nice thing about being in small communities like this and knowing what's on the brick. My wife was over at Foodland picking up some things. She says, people were the friendliest I've ever, and people are already friendly, but they were the friendliest and just, most filled with aloha, knowing that this is an aloha event. If we're going to get through this in the end, without too much damage, and making sure that, we all kind of care for each other. This is an aloha event, and this is what we need. And this is what Hawaii is known for, is, we get to these events with aloha.
You've been watching a lot of these events as they've been occurring, not only events with weather, but just overall with working with the county of Hawaii. Tell us what you've been seeing and hearing about the preparations leading up to today.
Yeah, a lot of, was already, this is going to be a huge weekend around here. There were a lot of great events that were planned, a lot of great gatherings that were on tap. Unfortunately, they were all canceled, but fortunately they were canceled. It didn't leave any question marks. People knew that this was going to be a hurricane that was going to hit us. And so everyone has gotten their act together. A lot of yesterday, a lot of Thursday was, letting people know, but a lot of yesterday was people going around to their own yards, making sure that they checked on, their neighbors, making sure that they were all prepared. We got so many texts from people saying, hey, in case you happen to lose power, know that you can come over to our house and use our battery systems and stuff like that. So, things have been put into place already. This, unfortunately, is not the first time we've had to deal with this. Then this is the new age, of some of the disasters we have to deal with.
How has it been for you? Has the wind been increasing here in the last hour or so since the last time we talked to you?
Yeah, significantly. Like I said, this tree that just fell right behind us, it's a 50-foot tree, that just kind of fell. And everything's getting pushed. You're hearing a lot of cracking from branches. This is going to be the big danger right now. I mean, here comes a big blow. That this is going to be our wind event. It's going to be the significant thing, but it's also the rain too. Like, we know that the wind and the rain, there's going to be so much flooding that's going to be happening around here, and hopefully that there aren't a lot of clogs. There aren't a lot of trees that end up blocking the natural ways that water heads to the ocean around here.
All right. Once again, Naka Nathaniel, he's our HNN contributing reporter. He's usually with us on Saturday mornings with Kuka Kuka. He's got Hawaii Radio Hour on HPR Hawaii Public Radio at 4 o'clock on Sundays. But on Tuesdays, 12:30, he's on Hawaii News Now on the streaming app with his own show. Naka, our best to you and your family, and stay well and stay safe.
All right. Mahalo, Billy. We've got to go get the chainsaw going.
All right. There you go. Once again, we'll take a break. We'll have more for you in a couple of moments. You are watching coverage of Hurricane Lala and its approach to the Hawaiian Islands. You're watching Hawaii News Now Sunrise on a first alert weather day.
It took a while, but Lala is now a hurricane. Category 1 hurricane, 75-mile-an-hour winds with some stronger gusts. And it's heading in towards Hawaii Island, expected to make landfall sometime 2 o'clock, thereabouts. Now, the technical term for landfall means that it's going to make, the eye will make it over land. We're not sure if that's going to happen, but regardless, they will still get roughed up by these conditions. And tropical storm force winds stronger than 40 miles an hour extend out 205 miles from the center of the storm. So it really depends on where the center goes as far as who gets what, right? Because it might be a little bit farther away from Maui County and Hawaii Island, but still close enough. The tropical storm force winds are still in play. Remember, the rest of the state from Maui to Kauai are under tropical storm warning. So this is what we're expecting by this afternoon. Still a Category 1 hurricane, likely to just about make landfall. And look at all the rainfall now coming on. Remember, this green is what's happening right now. And then it's going to pass by the rest of the islands through tomorrow. But it could still be within that window of tropical storm force winds. So that's why you cannot let your guard down, and don't judge what's going to happen by what's happening right now in your neighborhood. Because if anything, things will get worse before they get better. Let's go island by island to see who's getting what right now. Look at all those bands of heavy rainfall just swirling around that center. And there's also a little bit of a storm surge. It's not a big storm surge, but if you live along the coast, it could impact you 1 to 3 feet along this side, 1 to 2 feet higher than normal over on the leeward side, over on the Kona side, right? So they're getting widespread rain now, but the heaviest rain stretches from Hilo out to Volcano down towards Naalehu, with more on the way. So the rainfall total is going to build up. In fact, there is now a flash flood warning for the Hamakua coast and the east side of Hawaii Island because flooding is now occurring. And we know that because Jolani has been telling you that some roads are closed. Now over on Maui, they're getting increasing rain as well, especially along the windward side. But look, now the West Maui Mountains covered with clouds and some showers, some of them heavy up at Pu'ukukui, up at the top. It's also wet over in Molokai and in Lanai as well. And we've got scattered showers too, but most of the showers are of the lighter variety. So even though it's blustery out there, because we know how windy it is over on the windward side, we haven't seen anything in the way of overwhelming rainfall. Even fewer showers for Kauai. But again, Kauai going to get the rain maybe later tonight in the overnight hours. So the hurricane warning remains posted for Hawaii Island. That means they could get hurricane winds as well as strong as well as lots of rainfall, right? Already flooding is happening on the east side as well as the north side. And a tropical storm warning is on for the rest of the state. That means we are expecting tropical storm conditions with winds stronger than 40 miles an hour. That could lead to more power outages. We've already seen a handful of power outages over on Hawaii Island, and the rest of the state could likely follow suit as that storm moves up the island chain. Now let's see what's happening with the roads. Getting bad, yeah, Jelani?
Yes, we've got a fallen tree. This one is on northern Hilo. You've got a first alert traffic incident. Both lanes are closed on Okonipuli Highway. This is due to a fallen tree in the Kaipuha'a area and Lamololoa areas. Now here is also a bigger look at Hawaii Island. Bumper to bumper traffic as you're driving along Mamalahoa Highway. This is through the Hilea and Na'alehu area. And as you're driving between Pahala, or there is a road closure between Pahala and Ainapo. That's as you're heading north. Now, slow and go conditions carry on as you continue to head farther north, drive through Volcano and Fern Forest. And then here is also a look at northern Hilo. Bumper to bumper traffic. This is along Hawaii Belt Road as you're driving through Kukai'ao and Laupahoehoe. Now, over on Maui, not looking good there, especially along Hana Highway. We've got another report of a fallen tree that has closed one lane along Hana Highway at mile marker 19. Again, if you can avoid travel, please do so because we're getting more reports of fallen trees, flooded roadways, and landslides. That's your first alert traffic on Sunrise. Steve, Grace, back to you.
All right, thanks, Jelani. Thanks, Guy. Well, it's going to be some time until Oahu actually starts to see some of the major impacts of Lala. It has been a gusty morning out on the east side.
Yeah, Casey Land joining us now live. Casey.
I see.
Easy for you to say, Steve. Easy for you to say. No, I kid. But yes, the winds are here.
Yeah.
And I want to just show. We've got some folks here. Again, we want to say hi to our visitors. A lot of these folks visiting from all over. We've got a good crowd here at the Holona Blowhole. So I've had people coming up to me and asking, we're leaving on Tuesday, we're leaving on Monday, what's it going to be like? And of course, a lot of these folks don't know that this was upgraded to a hurricane. So I've been sharing that with people and then letting them know. As a matter of fact, earlier we heard from two lovely visitors that were joining us from Illinois and Missouri. They said that they're used to hurricanes and these winds are nothing they can't handle. But certainly this wasn't the Hawaiian vacation they were expecting, but they were still very much so grateful to be here. So what they had planned was a Norwegian cruise, and that's that inter-island cruise, the Pride of America. I don't know that that's going to be going anywhere for this one. So they were going to do that cruise this weekend. I would assume, and we can double check, but I would assume NCL has probably went ahead and canceled those port calls because the surf, as you can see, is starting to get really nasty here, and you can see just how powerful the wind is. So I want to talk about what I'm feeling here as I stand at the corner of this, and I'm really getting an idea of how strong these winds are going to be, and they could be even stronger. Now, what is different than when we checked in when we were at Coolio O is that those were gusts, right? We kept feeling these big gusts. Right now, these are sustained winds that are really powerful. And so we've seen kids come in here, and then we're getting occasionally sand blown in our face as well. And you can see if we look out here a little bit further, just how rough these waters are. So I would advise folks to get out of the water. We still see some of our locals probably out at Sandy Beach. I might want to start thinking about bringing things in because we don't want our ocean safety lifeguards to have to go out and handle you or rescue you when we have potentially even more severe weather on the way. I want to talk to some friends down here. Is that okay? Beverly, what was your name, sir?
Bill.
Bill and Beverly, why don't you look up here and thanks for being with us. Tell us where you're visiting from.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. And did you expect to have a hurricane when you came here?
No, and we're hoping to get out today. We're supposed to fly out today.
Okay.
We were on the cruise, and they put us off a day early.
Oh, so you were on the inter-island cruise?
Yeah.
Cruise. Okay, how was that? Tell me what they...
Oh, it was beautiful. The Norwegian cruise was beautiful. We only got 1 day instead of 2 because of the storm. They brought us back a day early.
Okay, but probably grateful not to be out there right now.
Yeah, but the cruise was very nice.
Yeah, very good. Okay, so your flight is what time today?
4.
4. Okay, well, as far as I know, the information we have, you should be just fine. Bill and Beverly from Pennsylvania, thank you for being with us. Aloha to you. Stay safe, and I hope you have a safe flight home. You're getting out while the getting's good, my friends. Okay, well, it's kind of windy out here, folks. Yeah, and again, mahalo to our visitors who have been talking with us. But people are starting to kind of see that, this is going to be a little bit more serious. So we want people to take this seriously. I've been talking to some friends. I have some plans later today about what it's going to be like for the rest of the day. It's hard to say. Depends on where you are. You're here on East Oahu. Again, photographer John Yasunaga holding that camera down really steadily. It's tough conditions out here. I'm getting pushed around myself, and I'm a big fella. So a reminder, be safe, take care of one another, and also if you live on a main thoroughfare, really wherever you live, we saw a lot of garbage cans, Opala cans, blown out into the street. Those are like missiles. They can hurt kids, they can hurt animals, and then they can get in the roadway and cause a really serious accident. So I want to talk a little bit more just about some of the things we've seen as I brace myself, keep my earpiece in. But you just see the power of Hurricane Lala, now upgraded to a hurricane, and just how intense this may get for us. I'm thinking about our friends, like Mahealani Richardson said, that are out in the elements. They're doing that. We're doing this so that you can hang out, relax. We're probably going to have a lot more. We have been updating our coverage plans as things develop, right? We did sunrise this morning from 5 a.m. to 11. We brought the whole team in. That's because we want to keep you safe. We want to keep you informed. Our First Alert Weather team is all over this, and we're so grateful to have some of the best meteorologists in the state with us on this. So I'll send things. I've been blathering on here long enough. I better batten down the hatches, Stephen Grace. But look, it is just a beautiful sight to see Mother Nature at her fullest. And she's bringing everything she's got. No rain out here on the east side yet, though. We saw little sprinkles on the way, but still relatively dry for us. But man, it's windy.
See, so there are worse conditions to come, Casey.
Yes.
But we do appreciate
I'm
you
happy to be
bringing
here.
them,
Yeah. I appreciate you guys. I know it's been a long day, but that's what we're here for. And I know that our team loves doing this. We love bringing the weather, the latest to you to keep you safe. That's what it's all about, guys.
Yeah. Stay safe out there, Casey and John. We appreciate that live picture. All right, we are expecting the worst of the rain probably in Oahu around midnight, I believe.
Yeah, Hurricane Lala, by the way, creating dangerous conditions across Maui County as it gets closer.
Yeah, we spoke to Maui County Mayor Richard Bisson, who says that the winds have been picking up in neighborhoods as the storm moves through. Crews also responding to fallen trees, rock slides, and hazardous roads, and officials are urging residents to avoid unnecessary travel.
Well, first of all, we're at full activation at our emergency operating center as of 6 a.m. this morning. Just the weather itself, our West Maui mountains, Mount Kahalavai is shrouded in clouds. You cannot see the mountains from Wailuku, and it hasn't appeared to be too windy in the central area, but wind is being reported in other parts. There was a tree down on Pi'iholo Road, upcountry. That's been cleared. And we know we have some rock slides on Hana Highway leading into East Maui. So we are urging local traffic only on Hana Highway driving into Keanai, Hana, and East Maui, and advising our visitors to not go out there today. The weather is pretty gloomy and possible flash flooding.
Well, Mayor Bisson says conditions can change. We know the wind has picked up since then, so you should know where your nearest evacuation center is. Be prepared to leave if you need to. Now, locations and road updates are going to be shared on Maui County's official emergency channels.
And we're referring to them as evacuation points, not yet becoming shelters. The distinction being evacuation points, people bring their own supplies, their own bedding. Once we switch to shelter mode, we switch and do a different status. So the American Red Cross opened up 3 of them last night at 7 p.m. So we did have some folks at Baldwin High School. Nobody in Hana, and in Lahaina, we also had a couple of folks. This morning we opened at 6 a.m. and in Kihei, we probably have the largest group, 5 people that are out in that area. So we do have shelters open on Lanai and Molokai as well. No one reported there yet.
Now, anyone ordered to evacuate should leave immediately and follow Maui County's official alerts for the latest evacuation center information. Now, we're also getting a closer look from our viewers at conditions across Maui as Hurricane Lala moves through the state. Video shows powerful winds whipping through trees and heavy rain pounding the streets and the neighborhoods. At the beach, rough surf. I mean, you saw it in Casey's shot, and that's here on Oahu. Dark clouds are building while travelers at Kahului Airport check on their flights. Maui County remains under a tropical storm warning with up to 12 inches of rain possible and conditions expected to remain dangerous.
All right, we're going to take a live look right now at the storm's impact being felt. This is on Maui. It's a live look at Napili, and you can see even through the morning, the wind has picked up since we saw it earlier through there, and it looks like the rain also coming down a little bit harder in that area as well. Now that's West Maui. I'm sure probably a little stronger on the east side, but we got Guy and Billy with the very latest.
Yeah, Grace, to that effect, the last report that I got was over in Kahului at the airport. The wind gusts were at 52 miles an hour.
Wow.
Right. Remember, they're in that wind tunnel anyway, so it gets funneled between the mountains, but 52 mile an hour gusts at the airport. Up at Haleakala, guarantee it's going to be stronger.
We've been getting reports from a lot of people across saying we appreciate your comments. We're also streaming on YouTube and on Facebook. We're on the HNN streaming app. And by the way, get the Hawaii News Now weather app. Turn on your device, turn on the camera, point it towards QR code right here, and get that downloaded onto your device. A couple of people asking about conditions where they are, like Alika, Hawaii Island, Gabriella, Hilo, Trav, Maui, Amelia, Kauai, Abdiel, Maui, C, Waikoloa. And Pomai says power went out about 2 a.m. last night. Helco, Hamas had them back up in about an hour So we hoping, but we're expecting that may not be the case.
Yeah.
We could probably get some included power outages as we go over the next couple of hours.
And at some point, it won't be safe for those guys to do their job, right? They got to wait until things settle down. But I tell you, I've seen those guys in action in a raging storm on the ladders, climbing the poles, fixing transformers. What Helco does, what HECO does, amazing. Amazing. Sadly, they might have to do that again, though.
Yeah, but just be patient that your power may not come back on right away, just because, once again, they have to wait for the effects of the storm to pass, and then they'll go ahead and tackle that. In the meantime, the winds are coming up. But we want to go through each of the islands statewide and kind of give everybody an indication of what their forecast is.
Yeah. Now, remember, the timeline is going to be different depending upon where you are, obviously, right? And the effects are going to be different as well. We are expecting the most severe weather, though, the strongest winds, as well as the most rainfall for Hawaii Island. Now, the rainfall is expected to fall, luckily, in a very remote area. Not to say that those people are not going to be affected in any bad way, right? This is going to be bad for those people living in that area. But the good thing is that it's not a developed area. There's not much development there, so there's not much concrete. And that area can handle a lot of rain. But that's going to be a lot. 25 inches of rain, Billy.
And we've seen some really heavy rainfall down in the areas like Mountain View, correct? Lopo Hoi Hoi.
Okay, don't forget, right now, there is a flash flood warning, which means flooding is now occurring up and down the Hamakua coast, down towards Hawaiian Ocean View. So that half the island has got some immense rainfall already, and it's only going to get worse because the storm's getting closer.
Okay, and those wind speeds are going to be up there. Look at that.
Yeah, upwards of 85 miles an hour for Hawaii Island. Obviously, they're closest to the storm. They're going to get the worst effects, and this is through tonight, through the better part of tomorrow morning. Okay. Now, for Maui, a little bit different in the timeline. They're going to get the rain probably around 6 o'clock. They're getting a lot of rain already on the windward side. There's a flood advisory there for that stretch along the Hana Highway, and they could get rainfall totals upwards of 12 inches for some areas. Look at that, and that's on the windward side, and that means travel along those areas, Kaupo, the Hana Highway, Keanai, back to Haiku, will be very, very tricky, at least for the next later tonight through tomorrow as well, right? And then those winds, man, they'll be gusting upwards of 60 miles an hour, tropical storm force winds, and that could lead to more power outages there.
Now, Oahu people are also looking at when is this going to affect them and what kind of weather we're going to have here on Oahu.
Well, it's going to get more intense for us as well. You see where Casey is at Sandy Beach. Now, that's an extreme, right? It's already usually windy out there, being the most eastern point on the island. But it's the winds are going to get stronger as the storm gets closer. So we're thinking by tonight, early tonight, 6 p.m., all the way through tomorrow, the better part of tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a rainier, windier day for us than it is today, believe it or not, even though we are getting a amount of rain. But we won't see as much rain as Maui or as Hawaii Island, not even close actually. But still in the Waihole Waikane area, they could get some flooding rainfall over the next, say, 12, 24 hours, right? And our winds, not as strong as Maui or Hawaii Island, but we could still get tropical storm force winds in excess of 50 miles an hour.
Now, when we talk about the island of Kauai, I mean, Kauai people, when you say storm and you say hurricane, they have this reassurance of yes, we know. We've been through it, but we know how to prepare. Right. And so what can Kauai people expect?
Well, they can expect to get some pretty stormy conditions. Now, nothing like the things that hit them in the past, but they could see significant rainfall atop Waialeale. And that means that all that rain usually goes down the valley into Hanalei. And Hanalei could see some flooding tomorrow, especially late tomorrow into Monday, right? And they'll see winds still tropical storm force as the storm kind of bends a little bit towards them, and it's actually expected to maintain strong tropical storm force all the way through its pass towards Kauai.
Okay, so once again, Kauai and Niihau, that's what you can expect as we go into the next 24, 48 hours.
Yeah, now things could still change in terms of the strength, but not much is expected to change in terms of the path. So for now, just plan for some really severe weather conditions for the next 24 to 48 hours. And again, it's dependent upon where you live as far as what you get. Now, not everybody's going to get in on those really high rainfall totals. Some people might not get much at all, especially on Kauai and Oahu. Oahu, but still, some neighborhoods on those islands will get those rainfall totals.
We want to show you some video, and we want to thank our viewers. Thank you so much for letting us know what conditions are like near you. And by the way, go to our website, hawaiinewsnow.com, if you want to let us know what your video is. This is over by Waimea.
I love that stream, which is normally dry, by the way, right? And this is that one that runs from Waimea down towards Kauai High. And it's a beautiful stream, but look, it's raging already, and and it's just starting up now. It could overflow its banks.
This is a little bit earlier. This is the Pahala area over on Hawaii Island, and we'll show you that one.
That's an area that's expected to get some of the highest rainfall totals of anywhere in the state.
Wailuku River, of course, we've been showing you through the morning. This is video, of course, from earlier.
Yeah, and you know that flow is probably doubled, right? And it's only going to get even worse. It's a very great sight to see, though, I must say. To witness that power and all that rain, it's kind of almost unimaginable when you think about where that rain come from up there, that much rain.
And all of those rivers and falls, Rainbow Falls, all on that side, Hilo, those are magnificent, but they're also dangerous as well.
Yeah.
When they get that much capacity of water.
Yeah, and there are some environmental impacts, right? We know from all the rainfall that we've had here on Oahu how it flows out through the Alawai, all the rubbish, all the junk, all the pesticides, all the contaminants flow out into the ocean, which is not healthy for the ocean, right? And the Alawai is no picnic, and it's going to get worse as the day progresses. And also know that when the rain really starts to ramp up, you got to stay away from streams and rivers at places that have flooded before.
And that's a key thing. If your place is flooded before, then you want to make sure that you take those precautions. By the way, if you need help in like, oh, what do I do? There's a list, a great list that's right now online at hawaiinewsnow.com. Just go ahead and click First Alert Weather, and there's lots of information there.
Yeah, and we'll be covering the storm throughout the day. Dan Cook's going to come in. I'm going to hand off the weather clicker to him. And you know how much experience Dan has.
Very much so.
Yeah.
So, and then into the evening, we'll also have Jennifer Robbins will be here, Ben Gutierrez as well. So we're all hands on deck here to make sure that you and your ohana are safe. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more. You're watching Sunrise in its special edition on this First Alert Weather Day as we track Hurricane Lala.
From Hawaii News Now, this is breaking news.
All right now, Hawaii Island is getting the worst of it, but eventually more of Lala is going to be affecting Oahu.
That's right. We're expecting the biggest effects overnight here, but Casey Lon already feeling it with those gusty winds out there.
High five, buddy. What? Hey,
anchor that man
what's your
down.
name?
Fernando.
Fernando. Fernando, where are you visiting from?
I'm not visiting.
You're not visiting? You're from here?
No.
Where are you? Okay, where are you from?
I'm from Texas.
I'm from Texas. Very good. Well, what do you think about this with the weather that we're having, Fernando?
It's very windy and rainy.
It's very windy. Yes, I agree. Okay, buddy. Hey, thanks for saying hi with me. I hope you stay safe, okay? Okay, so that's what you heard from Fernando. He's not wrong. It's quite windy. It's not too rainy, though, although it was rainy earlier. We were in Kui'o'o. We saw some rain as we were coming in, and that was not really anything too substantial. We haven't seen a lot of wet weather here on Oahu, although in our valleys where we already see a lot of rain, yes, certainly we're seeing in those jaws a lot of moisture. So we've been showing you throughout the week what the city and county of Honolulu has been doing to prepare for this storm, clearing those streams, those really key streams, letting some of that water come out into the ocean before it fills back up with debris, because that's what we see. So we've been really grateful for all of the hard work that have been happening, not just on Oahu, not just on Hawaii Island, but we know that our neighbors on Kauai are going to see impacts. Ni'ihau. We are really concerned about some of the more rural places. South Point on the Big Island, you heard from a lot of people already on Hawaii Island. Things are pretty serious out there. Here, let's take a quick look at the surf. I'm not sure what we're looking at right now, but why don't we show you all those bobbing heads out in Sandy's Beach, which is fine. But what we want people to know is that as these ocean conditions begin to change, we really want to advise you to stay out of the water, because our ocean safety crews have been telling you they've already made, thousands of preventative actions, thousands of actions to stop something bad from happening, and then hundreds of rescues where they've had to do life-saving maneuvers to get people out of the water. So please be mindful of that. Please be mindful of our EMS folks that are going to be out responding to calls, not just here on Oahu, but across the state. We don't want to put them in danger, so we're going to try to be wise. And yeah, why don't we say hi really fast? Hey, folks, why don't you wave hello? We've got a crew out here at Hello to Blowhole, and they're enjoying. Tell me where you're visiting from, ma'am.
From Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. A couple people from Pennsylvania. You, sir?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay, that's your wife. I should have known.
Alabama.
Alabama, very good. Roll Tide. Well, hey, folks, wave hi to the people watching in Hawaii and probably all over, because we know that this doesn't just impact us here in the islands, but it really is something, because so many people come from all over. They come here to vacation. They come here to support our economy, so we mahalo them. And we just want to make sure that everybody stays safe. So we've heard from the tour operators here. They're aware of the situation. They're making sure people are safe, and said if they need to wrap things up and bring people in. So again, we mahalo everybody that's keeping our visitors safe, and we mahalo all of our emergency crews that are going to be out there, and our utility folks that are also taking care of us, restoring power. Okay, one more time, we'll wave goodbye, folks. Say hello. We'll send things back into the studio with our friends Steve and Grace.
I think
Roll Tide, Alabama. That's right, Grace.
It's usually much nicer.
Yeah.
We promise.
And Casey, I think young Fernando is trying to take over your job out there, talking about the conditions.
I know, he's very observant. Good job, Fernando. He ran away already.
Hopefully he ran indoors.
Yeah. All right,
Hawaii
thanks,
County
Casey.
Mayor, meanwhile, Kimo Alamena, says that flooding, fallen trees, and highway closures are already creating dangerous conditions across the island.
Yeah, he told
And
us.
so right now, we see some high winds in some places. There's flooding on the north side in Waimea. We have footage of that. There's some trees that one tree that fell in Hakalau, and so we're monitoring that. Highway 19 is closed to one lane. We have over 130 residents in our shelters, mostly from the Puna area, but after that, it's kind of evenly spread out. So, and we haven't seen the worst of it. This is just the beginning.
All right, those conditions are going to continue to change throughout the day. So if you do have to be on the road, make sure you check before you go out.
No.
Now,
The mayor also said that the damage caused by the previous Kona low made the county and its residents more vigilant ahead of Hurricane Lala. He says shelters are now being used while families across Hawaii Island are taking the storm seriously and preparing for worsening conditions.
Because of the Kona low, it made us more vigilant in when we give out our messaging and when we connect with our people. It's island-wide, and we have, stations in every part of the 9 districts. And for example, right now we popped up shelters in every district, and for sure, we see residents utilizing it. So that tells us that although they're predicting on the south side, these winds could take shape in different ways, and we just got to be ready.
County officials are asking residents to remain sheltered, avoid unnecessary travel, and continue following the emergency alerts. Doesn't hurt to tune into Hawaii News Now as well.
That's right. We want to go out live now to Hawaii Island, where we've been seeing the conditions kind of change through the day.
Yeah, and that is where Jonathan Masaki is. Good morning.
Well, you folks described it very accurately. Kai is going to pan over to the Hamakua coast. Look at that. It's a solid cloud of rain coming down, very, very thick. A little bit earlier in the day, we actually could see some of the land masses behind us, but right now you see that wall of rain and clouds that are really hitting the Hamakua coast pretty hard. So certain parts of that area is where the Wailuku River is, and we were up there a little bit earlier, and you just saw this muddy mess coming down from the river, which is very common when these strong storm systems hit this island. So just so you know, we have been able to talk to a few of the visitors who are staying at the Hawaii Naniloa Hotel, and they were given a safety brief yesterday about what to be aware of and just to take advantage of staying put and sheltering in place and not really getting on the roadway. So we're seeing a lot of people do that today. We're going to get a little bit later in our shows in the afternoon about some of the residents, some of the visitors who are staying at the Hawaii Naniloa to take heed of the safety precautions that are in place. But again, what you see right here is what you get. It is again getting a little bit heavier. The wind starting to really pick up, and just that strong storm is very evident coming in to hit Hawaii Island. I'm Jonathan Masaki here at the bayfront of the Hawaii Naniloa Hotel. Now back to you, Stephen Grace.
Sounds good. Thank you, Jonathan. Stay safe.
In the meantime, we want to go from Hawaii Island to Maui and check out the conditions near Kahului.
That's right. We have our Ali Duclo live. What are you seeing over there,
Hey, Stephen Grace here in Kahului. It's a little windy, not so much rain. You can see behind me, of course, that there's a lot of clouds. There's really low visibility. I can't see up country or on the other side, the West Maui Mountains. It's very cloudy. It just appears to be like a thick layer of clouds just blanketed over the island. And it really seems like people are taking this seriously. I tried to go around, try to talk to people, and there's not really anyone out on the roadways, not really anyone at the stores. So people, of course, taking it very seriously, hunkering down, staying in at home. County officials have also rolled out several precautions, and we have more information on that on our website. But again, here, it's just rather windy, not so much rain, but I'm going to be driving around the island to see what it's like. So we'll have more on that on our later newscast. So stay with us, of course. But for now, back to you folks, and I'll send things over to Guy.
Actually, it's Dan. Ali, thanks for that report very much. But let's start with radar and take a look at what's actually happening right now out there in the islands. We'll zoom in and take a look here if we can get the radar up on the screen. There we go. You can see the eye of the storm just to the southeast of the islands, and much more moisture now coming on shore. Let's head in and take a closer look. The storm, we should mention, has tropical storm force winds that extend out from the center 205 miles. So that means just about everybody in the island chain is going to see winds of at least 40 miles per hour and greater, and some will have the hurricane force winds. Let's scoot in and take a look at the track. Again, it is now a hurricane, Hurricane Lala, with winds of about 80 miles per hour. 75 to 80 miles per hour, expected to weaken to 60 by 8 o'clock tonight. So after it takes that trip across the island of Hawaii, it's going to lose a little bit of its ump and become a tropical storm. Let's go island by island now and take a look at the showers that we're seeing. Definitely wet on the Big Island. Lots of areas getting some heavy showers right now. There's a flash flood warning in effect for the windward and southeast coastal areas of the Big Island. So there's some flooding already occurring there, and that's going to be moving over to the leeward side soon, if not already. The radar showing some heavy stuff along the windward coast of Maui. Maui has a high surf warning on the east side. Also on that east side, there's the flash flood advisory. So there's some flooding there. Not quite as bad as what we're seeing on the Big Island's windward coast, but definitely some flooding there. Let's scoot to Oahu real quick. Along the Ko'olau, some showers. Some of that spreading to the leeward side as well. And Kauai still in the clear pretty much. Not much in the way of showers at the moment. But we'll be back in a minute with another look. Back to the desk.
I'll take it over from here, Dan. Here is a look right now at the roadways over on Hawaii Island. Very busy along Mamalahoa Highway as you're making your way through Volcano, Ainapo. This is as you're heading northbound. Now, it's also very busy along northern or on northern Hawaii Island. Here is a look at Hawaii Belt Road. We've also had both lane closures on Okonipule Highway in the Kaipuha'a and Lamololoa areas. Now, here is also a look back again at the Big Island. Very busy on Hawaii Belt Road in both directions as you're driving through Kukui Village, making your way through Honomu and into Hilo. That's your first alert traffic on Sunrise, keeping you and your ohana safe.
Tax. So do you guys want to drop your jib?
Alright, Rebel, got a copy? Getting close to that time to just slide over to our port.
Fishing vessel hailing Coast Guard on Channel 16. This is Coast Guard Sector San Diego. You switch to Channel 22 Alpha. Over.
Really aren't going to have to move very much. If, you see the computer there, Raul? See the computer? See where my boom is? If we could literally just get, because this is my low boom. I could keep on going, it's a shit ton of booming. I guess it's either if I go ahead and move, it probably looks like only 10, 15 foot to get my low radius right on the bottom side of that other radius, you know what I mean? Let me grab both of those, then we'll rock and roll.
Which way we gonna move, Raul? At the port, okay.
that's still my offload, so there's a whole bunch of material I still need to get right there.
The west a little bit here.
The markings right to the right of them, that's all offload stuff that I haven't touched yet, so that whole area needs to be cleaned hard.
Tigers, they always get shot first. It's what one of my mom's boyfriends used to say all the time. It was funny. I don't know. I hear you though. No, I get it, dude. I'm right there with you. I'd rather look than keep doing the same thing.
That stuff. If I took a bite right there, it's like it's a pretty big. I'm boomed down way far, and that's a big load. Hopscotch for that final right there. But remember you gave me that line to stop at, so I stopped right there, and if we're gonna move left, I could definitely reach it and clean up that whole offload zone, because that's all offload area, you know what I mean? All 100%, I'll be able to grab it. Yeah, that kind of makes sense to me. I can see going either way. So, all right, pretty much then my offload, it'll still be, we'll have to do one more hopscotch, right? You agree? I could probably, I don't know, whatever you want. Maybe it's just a little bit, what was that, you know, if the picture's right, north, south, east, and west, just a little south of the offload material that we're right by right now, just put it kind of in the same spot. You see that 33.1? Right there, yeah. I would, I'll swing a little bit to the left and do like kind of that 45 thing. And then if you can put my bucket kind of like right there, I think that'd be a little bit more to the left, but like right, like the bucket would be, go to your bottom right a little bit. Bottom, now to the right. A little bit more right. Yeah, it's, you know, like somewhere where I could stamp that area and get it all the way complete. Kind of right by, yeah, a little bit down by the 33 plus 1, right there. And then make a radius from there. And that's my low boom. You think that's probably a good spot for my boom mark, right?
Can't see to but there's a Yokohama that I can't see back there, and one of the booms is right against the rig. Vessel quality times in sector. Quality time sector, request you switch to 22.
One port. I'm clear. Yeah, get my bucket out of the water. Sub coming up on starboard. Floods are up.
Securite, securite, securite. All stations, all stations, all stations. This is United States Coast Guard, Sector San Diego. United States Coast Guard, Sector San Diego. United States Coast Guard, Sector San Diego. For Coast Guard Safety Marine Information Broadcast concerning Navy training exercise, listen to channel 1022, 22 Alpha, 157.1 megahertz, out.
Harbor's down. Up on the starboard again and drop it. Down.